a lot of issues that we should have by now dealt with. And maybe perhaps before we can start, my team has refreshed. I'm the only one who has not refreshed. So I don't know how they arrived before us. It's us, honorable members, who have not managed to refresh ourselves. We're still very tired, but we'll soldier on. And I hope you don't mind and don't believe that we disrespect you. We are from an oversight. We had to wear tekis and sporties because of the nature of the work on the ground. So you are all welcomed. I don't know if there's a new person that we need to know about. I'm going to request that we go through the agenda that is before us, that I was made to believe that it was sent to all of us. Jackie, why are you not flighting it? Okay. Like a soldier, I just preferred to come straight here because I had also other duties that the slave drivers I work with had assigned to me. So we will continue, and you are all welcomed. And I'm made to understand that the leader of the delegation is Tate Mulukumi, because the HOD had other engagements, and will allow you to do the apologies. And then maybe perhaps if there's a new official that is joining the department, please alert us so that we don't say, okay, ma'am. I'm told in terms of the rules of the legislature, I need to declare Southern Sun Hotel as a precinct of the legislature. In terms of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature rules, Rule 56, subsection 2. So anything and everything that we will be doing in this room will be governed by the rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So I hope we understand, and we welcome honorable members to this session. So I'm going to now allow us to go through apologies, and then we'll do the adoption of the agenda. And how we'll run this meeting, Tate Mulukumi, as the head of the delegates, then you'll take over and then you'll guide the process, because I will not be knowing the arrangement of who will start first. I know we've got mothers, we've got people that must be in other meetings for other reasons. So we will leave it to you to direct it. And then I wanted to prefer that we dispose of what I believe is easy issues. But then you'll guide us as per your own schedule, Ntate Mulukumi. The program looks long, but it's not long. It's just that we want updates on many of the issues that you see there. Because you guys, we said to you as a portfolio committee, please don't wait for us to call you to come give us a report. Just send us a report. If you feel there's work that you have done and you want us to know, send it, and then we process it and make a decision. So we see you don't do that. So we end up now remembering as we move along that these people owe us reports. We were saying to Team COGTA, will not accept you to come to us and make presentation without you throwing the ball back at us. What do I mean by that? There are instances where you see you are unable to deliver your own set targets, and there must be reasons why. And as a portfolio committee, we said in each and every slide in this new year of 2022, before you make a presentation, at least dedicate a slide where you say, here is the problem. Help us resolve it. So we will not listen to any presentation, especially when it's coming to speak to non-delivery and non-performance, and a person doesn't tell us what are the reasons why they have not delivered. It should be the legislature or what is between the chair and the desktop, which is the human being. So if it's human beings and if it's of your own making in the department, it must be clear from the beginning before you present. If it's the legislative framework, it must be the first thing that you tell us, that this is what your law says, and this law is making our job difficult, and as a result, we are unable to meet our set targets, and please help us review. Or we do not have sufficient resources. We've been trying to lobby for the resources. Please help us as a legislative arm. Or this is an unimplementable policy in 2022. It needs review, and we think as a legislature you have more powers than ourselves to change how this policy looks like. So that's how we told your colleagues in COGTA that we'll not accept anyone to come to our meetings without telling us what is making them not to be able to perform or deliver on your set targets. And we think if we do things that way, we'll be able to get to the bottom of what is making us not to be able to achieve our set targets and be able to resolve those challenges. The portfolio committee is coming into this new year with this ways that they want to do a purposeful oversight. So we are not going to do oversight for the sake of oversight. I think those who have been with the team in the previous years, we don't want to fight with you because we are not your enemies. We are just playing different roles towards achieving on behalf of people of Gauteng. And we don't want to fight. We don't want to get angry, but we want all of us to sit down and be able to share ideas on how we move forward. And that's why we are giving you that leverage, that dedicate a slide or two and be able to tell us why are you guys failing to deliver on some of the things that you would have said for yourselves. So thank you very much. I will now allow the team to take us through the apologies. We have apologies from honorable members that I know Honorable Chair of Transport is in the launch of RTMC and work related to roads and transport. I know that Honorable Ngube is in NCOP and she was trying to get back to Gauteng. I don't know who else apologized. Let's get you on record, Jabu.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. Chair, Honorable Msimango, we received an apology from him. And Honorable Malema, Chair.
Okay, apologies noted. I will then check with honorable members. Any mover for the adoption of the agenda?
I move Member Adams, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Muruti. Any seconders? Member Tong?
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Tong. I think we are on the third items. Tate Molokome, you are free to do as you wish with the items. We are now handing over to you, so you will tell us who's presenting. And based on the schedules of your team, you will also advise us whether to engage the presentation or whether the team member is still around. So we are that flexible because we understand this is an afternoon meeting and we have human beings that have other things that they need to do and other places where they need to be. So we are as good as that. We're not bad people, Mulukumi. You don't have to worry when you come to us. And then Sethokga, is it that one? The Sethokga report, do we have it? We have it. Thank you.
It is a report, a document, and a PowerPoint, Chairperson. So I agree to that, Chairperson. So there is the report. MEC so that it's properly tabled by the office of the MEC. But we can here now say one or two things just to respond to certain issues that the chairperson and the members will address.
Okay. Can it be signed off, Sipho, and you make sure that it's submitted to the Speaker of the Legislature? It's an outstanding report on your side. And I think you understand when you owe a legislature a report. It's no longer our report now, it's the legislature report. So let's get it sent out. Where is Sipho? And please make sure that it gets to the legislature processes as soon as possible. Actually, as soon as yesterday. Molokome, over to you. Please introduce anyone who's new from the team. I think we know all of them.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Diale Clayville. My name is Ngwaku Molokomi. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for planning and property management. So today I've been delegated by the MEC because the delegation to do work on behalf of the HOD lies with the office of the MEC, of course recommended by the HOD to lead the delegation. So I'm going to quickly introduce the colleagues. On my right-hand side, I have got the DDG Ngwenya, who will be presenting the third quarter report. Then next to her, I have got the Director Strategy in the same unit with the DDG Nomfundo. And then at the back there, straight where I've got the regional head. I think Chair, I know her very well. I want to recruit them in Limpopo. We worked together, we came back to Gauteng. She hosted you quite well during the oversight. I got the report already. Her name is Dolly Mwerani Batela. Can just raise her hand, Dolly, because you're far from us. And then we have got Offense. Offense is the man that's responsible for informal settlement. The program is no longer as going to be difficult because we just have to make sure that there's water, sewer, schools, just there without worried about the building the top structure. So he's the man that's driving that program. You just can stand up because you're new. He's new, even though he's been with us some time, but I think to the legislature, he's new. Oh, he's not. Oh, I thought he is. Oh, okay, yes. But up so far, it's also doing a rapid land release. It's a challenging program. It's doing that with him. And then at the back, we have got Victor. Victor is a newly appointed executive director, director executive support. You can just stand up, Victor. In the office of the HOD, but it's we did what you call internal promotion, which we motivate our own staff. Yes, promoted as a director in the office of the HOD. So he works closely with the SIPO in terms of the preparation of this kind of meeting. Then we have got Zanele Makubo. Zanele is the director risk, will be handling the Clayville sensitive matter. It will be just only two slides. More information will be is privileged. But he will give you what is happening. Then you have got Abri. Abri is the project manager in Ikuruleng. He works with Stanley. He has been in this department for a long time. And, you have people like Aubrey. You appreciate their passion in the environment. Then behind the chair, we have got the regional head of West Rand, Libby. She's in charge of the mining towns, all those programs there, all those challenges there. And then I'm trying to check Sipo, you know him. Sipo is your parliamentary liaison officer. Then extreme right, at my right-hand side, we have got DDG Puleng. It's no longer new. She is responsible for corporate services. She will be presenting first, Chair, on the restructuring of the organization. So she'll be presenting first, and then at the last presentation will be the budget, because the CFO is not well. We have to get his director to come and make presentation. I see the team. Let me start with Moses Dlamini. Moses is also Director Human Capital in the HR. And then Vusi is our Head of Legal.
Skalebala Mike in the demo.
Okay. Okay, yes. Vusi is the Head of Legal. And then Mike Dlamini is Moses Dlamini is the Head of, is the Director Human Capital. And then is it you? Glory. Oh, Glory. You see this thing, Zoom. I know her voice like nobody. She's responsible for restructuring. She's new, but to the members. I have got a hostel man, the famous Stenjwa Ngobo is just behind me. Kumapololo. Kuluma Lapa hostel, like so Kuluma and Marzoste. Then we have Mpumi. He's a veteran in the department. He's also supporting Mr. Ngobo on hostel programs. I think I covered everybody. Chair. If I missed you, sorry. Oh yes, it's the man that deals with fraud, the one that you raised at Clayville. So the director, Mpendule, is not here. It's Mr. Mfuke. I think Sipo and the team are known to the legislature. So we're looking forward to a fruitful discussion. And from where I got a small brief from the chair that the trip in the morning to the oversight was sort of a good trip, which is you've seen what we're going through. In short, Chair, I want you to know this. Sometimes you stress the importance of lifting problems. So Shangwe, the step with a knife. The business forum there is very hostile. We have a contractor that left the project there because one of the employees was stabbed. So those are some of the things that we always want to the members of the legislators to know. The other thing that members that is not a good news, we lost our staff was shot 4 times. She works in the customer care and beneficiary management in Ikuru Lane. So this is the second incident. The first one was shot 28 times. This one was shot 4 times. And then I'm just giving Ikuru Lane in Soshanguwe that one of the contractors' employee was stabbed. So we're actually working in a very risky environment. And in the pursuit of our job, our life is as well at risk. I think those are the few things that, as the leader of the delegation, I just wanted to lift to the chair, just to have a picture of these kind of things, without necessarily trying to lose focus to what we're here for. Thank you, Chair. So we will then start with the first presentation, which will be restructuring of the department. Then I think now it is me calling the presenters, or I don't know, Chair, how do you want me to do it? Is it you or me?
I gave you powers because...
Good Chair. Puleng, I have powers today.
While they're preparing, how are we going to treat the report by Auzanel? Is it Auzanel? You want us to have an in-committee?
No, we'll treat it here, but we put it in such a way that you'll just have the gist, but the details will be privileged to you. I'm sure Zanel, you can just quickly give us how, it's 2 slides, but it's already
Remember,
in the
we
pack.
are live.
It's already in the pack, but we won't
Okay.
go into
No,
details.
I'm just saying, remember, we are live. So I prefer that to secure her life and whoever. Can we do it in-house?
Okay,
Not in-house, in committee.
in committee.
So everybody else will leave the room and it will be us and Zanel as honorable members of the portfolio committee, as well as yourself as the acting HOD.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
I accepted, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Moreover to what happened last week, I think, and in the same area, that's Ikurlen. Accepted.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, committee members, colleagues. We are going to give a presentation on the progress report on the overview of the org structure. In terms of the project itself, Chair and committee members, I would just like to make a disclaimer to say that as a department, we have really moved ahead in terms of revising our org structure, and the progress, it's very good. I think in the last committee meeting, we came to the committee and we did make the committee to know that we were undergoing an org review process, and with that process, we are at a very advanced stage. Today, we'd want to take the opportunity to update the committee in terms of our progress thus far. I've got my team with me, the director who's responsible for the org review, who's Ms. Glory Makubele, who will be doing the presentation, and supported by the director HR and myself. And the one of the issues, Chair, just to also make a disclaimer, is that we don't have a policy or regulatory challenges that would hinder us from having the structure being approved by the DPSA. We've done consultation processes. We've already had 2 consultation processes with the DPSA. We are going for the 3rd one tomorrow, which is the final one with OOP. We are, as I've said, that we are progressing well in terms of the process that the department started even prior to my arrival. So we are good to go in terms of the org review processes. We have listened to the committee. I think in the past 2 meetings, the issues that the committee had raised on the hostel redevelopment program, on the UISP, on the challenges in terms of what the committee has noted over the years on human settlements, on issues of human capital management. We've tried to make sure that with this structure, we're able to respond to those issues so that we also empower the department in service delivery issues. We know our problems as a department, and in this structure, we're saying let's have a responsive structure that will assist the department in delivering on its mandate. In those few words, Chairperson and committee members, I would like to give the director an opportunity to do the presentation. Thank you very much. We are just having a technical glitch for the presentation to be flighted. But it shows that there. Yeah, it's there. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, members, and good afternoon to all the members and our colleagues. As introduced before, my name is Glory Makubele, the Director responsible for organization efficiency within the department. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to first give a bit of a background information as to say that emanating from the strategic planning session that occurred in the organization, which resulted in us having to review the organizational structure with the timelines that were provided for us to complete the project. Yes, the exercise has been unfolding well, as the DDG has indicated that in the month of January, we have focused on the third round consultation sessions, which took place from the 17th of Jan to the 28th of Jan, where we have consulted all senior managers with regard to what is being proposed. Yes, prior that, consultations, yes, did take place, apologies. However, as we went now to cost the organizational structure in line with the compensation of employee budget that we have been provided with, which is the 475 million for the organizational structure. As we're doing the exercise, it happened that we realized that the number of positions that are proposed are way beyond or above the budget that we have been allocated as the organization. So as such, we did consult the DPSA for the DPSA to be able to assist us in aligning it be the structure to the generic structures. For the public service, it be the generic structure for program 1 positions, as well as the generic structure for the human settlements, in a way of them showing us guidance as to say where can we reduce the number of positions for us to be able to align to the budget that we have been allocated. Once that has been done, we have recosted the organizational structure, where we have now recosted at 475 million that has been allocated. As we move right along, the exercise involved the development of the job description, where we are indicating now that we are sitting at 98% of such, as we work closely with the relevant line managers together with the subordinates in those respective offices. Then when it comes to the capturing of the jobs into the evaluate system, we are sitting now at 80%. With this one, there was a bit of a delay in the public service, as we were aware that the evaluate system was terminated in the public service. However, the DPSA reopened the system to start functioning from the 1st of November, which gave us only 6 months to can close the grading of the positions. So as such, we were relying on the benchmark exercises that we were doing with other provincial government that already have graded their positions. However, now that the system is open, the team is working very hard to ensure that we close all the capturing of the jobs into the evaluation system. As we sit now, we have the quality assurance team that is ready for quality assuring all the jobs, as well as the job evaluation panel committees for the province that we have currently that is ready to work with us in closing all the remaining work for the project to be concluded. As such, we are indicating that change management sessions has been ongoing. We have started with the change management session at the beginning of the project, and of now we are still continuing. Even now the team is busy on the ground with the consultation session with all staff members within the department. As such, the DSC has been consulted where organized labor. We are working with them as well and consulting them and providing the progress thus far. What we are saying now is that now we are currently working on the packaging of the structure file, which must go to the DPSA. As we speak now, even tomorrow, we are having a meeting with the DPSA just to give them the feedback after the cleanup that took place in the month of December. So now we are having a session again with the DPSA. The reason we are having these sessions time and again with the DPSA, we just want to ensure that by the time that we are done with the project and we are submitting now the organizational structure to the DPSA, there are no delays as such for the DPSA to say go and realign in this particular business unit. So as we do the pre-consultation with them in line with the generic structures, we are even working closely with our Office of the Premier. Even tomorrow's session, they are the ones who have facilitated for the session. So with regard to the matching on place and placement committee that will be appointed by the HOD once we have the structure approved. Honorable Chair, allow me to project or to present the proposed high-level organizational structure that we have. At this time, this is the structure that we have engaged the DPSA, and again, we are going to present it tomorrow to the DPSA to say, through their guidance, we have managed to clean up the structure to this level. The proposed structure currently, it comprises of the office of the HOD. We understand that, yes, the MEC's office is there. However, in terms of the administration, we have started with the office of the HOD. So with the office of the HOD, we do have the support of the HOD, which is supported by 2 Directorate Executive Support, Risk Management, Anti-Fraud and Corruption, as well as the Integrity Management. The HOD is supported by the following DDGs, together with the Chief Directorate, which is the Financial Management Services. The DDGs that are supporting the HOD, we do have Human Settlement Planning, Human Settlement Implementation, newly proposed Human Settlement Property and Asset Management, and then we have, again, the branch Corporate Management Services, together with the Chief Directorate Financial Management, which is the Office of the CFO. As we unpack the branches that we have presented before, the HS planning is supported by 2 Chief Directorates, where we do have Chief Directorate Sustainable Planning as well as the Beneficiary Management Chief Directorate. The first one is supported by the 4 Directorate Need, Research and Policy Development, Developmental Planning, which has now the key Chief Town and Regional Planners, together as the informal settlement activities will be happening there. Then again, we do have program and portfolio management, which is the IDMS, the alignment to the IDMS. And then we do have stakeholder engagement and capacity development. This is the directorate that previously will be implemented in the implementation branch. However, the DPSA has proposed that we need to bring this one to the planning branch. Then we do have beneficiary management, whereby it is supported by 5 directors, which is within our district offices, customer relations service centers. With the second branch that we have presented, it is supported by 2 chief directorate. The first one, integrated housing program, and then the sector transformation and township revitalization. Then with that, we are saying that the directorates within the first Chief Directorate, it is supported by the technical support, whereby the engineering, the architecture, the quantity surveying services will be rendered from this business unit. And then again, we do have the incremental housing program, which is OSD related functions, whereby it is supported by 7 chief construction project managers and 55 construction project managers. The functions that they are responsible for is affordable housing, mega project urban renewal, and redevelopment, as well as hostel redevelopment and the legacy projects. Then again, we do have the directorate that will be responsible for emergency housing and disaster management. Then we do have a directorate that reports directly to the DDG, Grant Municipality, and Public Entities Performance Agency. With the second chief directorate, it is supported by 2 directorate, EPWP and Township Economic Revitalization, as well as the sector transformation, which is our GOD. The third branch that we have is our property and asset management, which will be responsible for the housing fund functions, which indeed we used to have them within the department. However, they were rendered in different business units, and a decision has been taken to say, let us group them together, even in line with the generic structure for the human settlement, even aligning to the budget structure that we have been provided with. So the proposed branch, it is supported by 2 chief directorate. The first one, immovable asset management, as well as asset disposal and rental housing. The first directorate in the first chief directorate will be property management. The second one, asset register and inventory management, and then supported by the subdirectorate property finance, this is the one that will be dealing much with the housing fund. It be the expenditure part and the revenue services, that side. And then again, we do have the physical security that will be looking at the current situation that we are having with regard to the land invasion. Then the second chief directorate is supported by 2 directorate: asset disposal management, rental housing tribunal support. Then we have our support functions now, which is our corporate management services. What we have done here, we have tried our level best to align even to the program 1, generic structure as guided by the DPSA. And then we have managed to come up with 3 chief directorates that are proposed there. The first one being strategic management, followed by human capital management, and the last one being legal, ICT, and communication management. The first one is supported by the Directorate Strategic Planning, or Strategy and Planning, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Reporting. Then the second chief directorate is supported by our HRM, HCUD, Organization Efficiency, Security and Facility Management, and the last one is supported by the Directorate Legal Services, ICT, Communication Management. The last one in our proposed structure, we have the Office of the CFO, which is proposed at the Chief Directorate level, supported by 4 directorates, which is Financial Accounting and Administration, Management Accounting, Supply Chain Management, Asset and Transport Management, again supported by the Subdirectorate Internal Support, which is in line with the generic structure as provided by the DPSA. As we are working, and as I've indicated that the team is working to ensure that we close the project, indeed we are anticipating that the project will be closed and finalized by the 31st of March, whereby we have indicated that the Quality Assurance Committee, as well as the JE panel committee for the entire province, they are ready, only awaiting for us to start with the process, where we have started with the quality assurance activities. And then with the paneling, we are anticipating to close everything by the 15th of March in terms of the project plan that has already been presented. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That was the presentation about our chronogram. You will guide if you want to engage the presenter as we continue.
Honorable members, there's the structure. Any questions? Member Ledwaba? I know you guys are exhausted. This is a good time to get members. I'll never do it again. We'll start with you before we go to oversight. Member Ledwaba, anything on your side?
No, Chair, I don't have anything. But ideally, when you propose a new structure, you will then indicate this is where we were, and then this is the new proposal, so that it is discussed in context. But nevertheless, it's fine. I don't have anything. What I'm seeing here is that the department is, what is the right word? They say it's highly bloated. Is that correct? I can just see that you are just creating subdirectorates just to take care of comrades. But nevertheless, it's fine.
Member Dong?
I'm fine, thanks, Chair.
Ntate Serota? Bishop?
I'm good, Chair.
They're leaving the questions for me. Can we, yeah, I think I agree with Member Ledwaba that it's difficult to engage with the restructuring structure, the restructuring presentation, because you are not telling us the base that you were working from and the changes you have made. But my interest is on your anti-fraud unit. I think in one of our portfolio committee meetings, we had queries, and it's long ago. Both of you were not there, so I'm also just remembering it now. I think our issue was, I can't even recall who was the head or the director then, but we felt that, and maybe perhaps present to us, just clarify what is the current status, and if there's changes, clarify the changes. Secondly, it's what we love most. You know it, ne? We feel there's a need to capacitate there. So what is the current state and what are the changes, if there are any, within hostel redevelopment? In our frank talk, those of you who were there, Ms. Van Wyk, is it Van Wyk? Going. We raised an issue of, and I see you moved him. I actually wanted to ask him when we were in Winterveld or Narwena. And what is that thing that you were dealing with? And we asked you, Ungenapi. The what? Anti-land invasion, what? The land invasion unit or something like that. What was it called? Land invasion. Where is it? I might have missed it because when you were presenting, I was trying to get my own presentation. So where is it? Do you still have it as is? You know, just like the others, what is the current status and what are the changes we are bringing? The last one is, I think I heard urban planning in your presentation. We also have urban planning in your sister department. What are we dealing with, and what is the difference between the two? I know I might be putting you in a tight corner because you might say to me, you don't know what is the role of that one, but just clarify are you not duplicating one another, and you know, just help us just to have a clear mind. Are you a bloated department? If yes, or if no, is this structure going to address the shortfalls, or is the structure addressing the bloatedness of the department, and how are you, you know, just clarify that so that we are comfortable to say the structure will reflect us. I think from my side is that I'm struggling to get your presentations. The ones sent yesterday, they are unable to open. Thank you very much. I reminded you, I knew I'm going to do it. Thank you, Member Ledwaba.
I can't remember what the program is. There is stakeholder engagement directorate. I wanted to establish, is it the same stakeholders engagement in the HOD's, MEC's office, or is a different directorate? If they are different, what is the difference between the two in terms of stakeholders engagement? And I wanted to share in relation to the one that we spoke about, physical security directorate that deals with land invasion. In the past, when we inquired about this directorate, time and again we were referred to community safety. Or at some stage, others were saying that the department is not the custodian of the property or the asset of the province. Then they would mention DID. I think there was an instance wherein there was a launch of an anti-invasion strategy of people around 1,500. I asked questions to the MEC, and in a nutshell, the answer was that competency or that launch was from the COJ. It had nothing to do with us who were invited to go there. I want to establish as to what exactly is it that we'll be doing from a provincial perspective that we've been struggling to get. Exactly what is it? Because time and again reference is mentioned to these other structures, community safety, our partners or their custodianship, and then COG, they are the ones who are launching it. But what is it that we are doing from the province that is new this time around? Thanks.
DDG? Oh, Mulukumi.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. In trying to respond to the questions, I'll take a few, and then Glory will take a few. Maybe just to explain to the committee, I'll start with the question whether is our structure bloated or not. My answer to that question would be no, Chairperson and committee members, we are not bloated. I think we come from an era where, yes, in human settlements, in OD terms, we were bloated when you look at the support function versus the core functions. As part of the review and the work that we've undertaken was to look at what are the policy norms and considerations that we need to look at when we now are reviewing the structure. But part of the work that we did was to ensure that we comply to the norms and standards in terms of OD, what DPSA would want departments to look like. Currently, in the process that we did, we made sure that you've got your 70%, which is your core, and your 30%, which is support functions. In reviewing the structure, what we also did was to say, where are the positions that we have, which are the positions that we have, the nice to have positions that have always remained in the structure of human settlements. We've never filled them, and they're bloating our numbers to look like we are bloated, but those positions were just sitting there. We have not even resourced, we have not filled them, but what are we doing with them? Part of the work that we did was to also abolish some of those posts, number one. Number two, as part of what we did with the org review was to make sure that we comply to those norms and standards. We are currently seated at about 36% and 67%. We are not yet at 70%, but we, at least with the deliberations that we've done with DPSA in us going back and cutting, aligning to the budget structure, aligning to human settlement structure, aligning to the norms of DPSA, we made sure that we go back and clean up our house. Where we did not require a position, we asked ourselves questions to say, why do we have this position? And it's a support position, you don't need it, abolish the post. Instead of having that post, you can't even fill it, you don't even have money to fill it. Yes, you've costed it 5 years ago, but costing it 5 years ago and 3 years later, it does not mean that you still need the position. And one of the engagements that we've had with DPSA was that departments, if you've done your structure 5 years ago, yes, the mandates do change. We are now in the 6th administration. Those positions then at that point in time, do you still need these positions? You must start, but also is to clean up your personnel, you clean up your structure. Part of your org review process will be also to clean up those positions that you don't need anymore, to make sure that you balance and you align to the norms and standards. That's number one. Number two, on the question of the physical security, what we are doing, why we've put physical security in our structure. What we did and what we've noted in the challenges that we have, the land invasion strategy. I think in the last meeting, the committee, we did discuss lengthily on the issues of the land invasion. I think Member Daba also asked us the same questions to say, the last time when the MEC was in legislature, there were commitments or there were inputs that were made by MEC in terms of the issues of DID and community safety. But to try and answer the question, what we did as a department now, we went back to the drawing board and said, in us dealing with the land invasions, what do we require to have as a department? We consulted the national human settlements because we said part of the work that we must do within the land invasion is the issues of budgets. And I think we all know what happened in the prior years in terms of the issues of red ends and the like. And we're saying, how do we then win this animal as a department? Part of the work that we did was to say, as per the advice, they said, no, maybe let's look at the issue of land invasion as part of the protection of land assets and property management, where a department, as you start planning from a development planning point of view, if you go and buy land today, do we have money to even secure that land in terms of security-wise? Or do we have money to be invaded and say, you go back and say, can I borrow money to go and protect the same land? But part of the inputs that we gave as a department, as Chair has rightfully said, was the issues of the PFMA that we need to comply to in terms of the budgets. But the part of the engagements that we've done with Treasury and the Department of Community Safety, we know in prior years, Community Safety did assist the department in terms of getting the safety officers. And part of the work of those safety officers was to do intelligence on the ground to ensure that they pick up the possible invasions, blow the whistle and say, departments, go and look at this land, there is a possible invasion there. And we went to Treasury and said, Treasury, probably maybe we may need to also, on our side as human settlements, give us the opportunity to also have the same resources as the department. Treasury went back to us and said, no, that part is your community safety responsibility that community safety must do as part of their work. But as we know that DID as well is the custodian in terms of some of the properties of government, some of the lands that are there, they're also owned by DID. But then we said to ourselves, let's look at how do we then package part of the properties that we own as a department, part of the assets, like in terms of the movable assets, the lands that we have as a department, coupled with what we have on the org structure. So as part of the engagement, we had to come up with a strategy that we would then address from inception. How do we then put security as part of the support? Where do we get the budgets to make sure that that part of work is not compromised? Going back to drawing board, we made sure that we align number one, the structure, put the fiscal security together with property management. As these projects are starting, as these projects are planned, if security is somewhere else, you'd know about it when there's an invasion overnight and they call you and say, there was an invasion, can we get legal, get us the court order, security, get us SEPs, law enforcement, let's go and evict people. But we said, maybe if it's at the beginning of the process, then we start planning together and say, part of security, how do we then deal with safeguarding these properties? Part of the discussions we've had with human settlements was to also say, maybe instead of wanting to do land invasions haphazardly and go for 10, 20 at a go, say this year you prioritize 5 projects on your APP. Part of these 5 projects that you prioritize, you've got a budget that you will have. If it's a mega project, you're going to build. Part of the building, you need to also include security costs. Build them in so that when there's HSDG grant that is coming in, there's security costs that is already been built when you apply for that grant. So we then said, maybe let's do it that way so that we don't have issues of budgets and say we cannot then pay for security services because the budget must come from somewhere. So in trying to circumvent the challenges in terms of the land invasion itself. On the other question that the chair has also asked was the issue of the planning unit, what we do in human settlements visas, what the COGTA is doing. I think that one, that the Mulugume can assist in that one, but Gloria will also give the nitty-gritties in terms of that one. The stakeholder engagement that we've identified on the structure visas, what is within the office of the MEC, as well as the hostel redevelopment, capacitating hostel redevelopment as a program in the department. The anti-fraud, as you have noted, Chair, on our structure, we've combined anti-fraud with risk management, and it's anti-fraud, risk, and internal audit. Yeah. Internal audit as per the advice of DPSA. I think we've also noted with DPSA that there is a system that they're also applying in the public service to say we need to be strict on the compensation budgets. They're trying to really cut on the wage bill. In terms of also what we submit, one of the first things that they also look at is how bloated are we, and they would ask us a question to say, you can't have a director for anti-fraud, have a director for risk, have a director for internal audit. How do the 3 assist one another? How do you then cluster those functions to make sure that they report under one head? Because you'd have those 3 incumbents reporting directly to HOD. They're saying you can have one who's at high level reporting to HOD, but have sub-directorates supporting that director directly. That director will therefore oversee those sub-directorates. So, Gloria, I think you must take the other questions on the planning.
Chair. Chairperson.
Yes, Member Arabs?
Thank you, Chair. I just had to attend to an urgent call. My apologies, Chair. I just wanted to check, Chair. There are many land invasions taking place all over, especially Gauteng in particular. The question that I wanted to ask was how many eviction orders, if any, were obtained and issued to remove people who invaded land, if that has happened. And question number 2, I remember it was in 2020 that the MEC mentions that there will be, I think, 1,500, 2,000 patrollers that will assist law enforcement agencies. If that partnership is still ongoing. The issue of security cost, Chair, that the director spoke about, I don't know how feasible it is, because when we're at on the oversight now, maybe this is just a comment. When you get the buy-in from the community, and they are there from the offset, when these houses are being built, and you get them involved, and they become part of the security, look after, and their beneficiaries has already been allocated. It is then that you find that the rest of the communities will respect that property. And I'm really impressed with that model that we picked up at the oversight. Maybe that's something that we can even look into much deeper. Thank you, Chair.
If there are bonuses, you will get them, Mulgumi. Let's have the team to respond to some of the questions. I think most of what member. Were you done with the first set?
Not yet.
Okay.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Let me start by apologizing that I could not have get the message clear to say the comparison was supposed to be made. I do have a presentation that is having the comparison in terms of the structure as to say what is it that we have currently.
Speak to the mic. I think Nkanyiso is also struggling to hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was saying that we do have the presentation that is showing what we currently have in the organization in terms of the approved structure versus what we are proposing. So, like for an example, with the question that the Honorable Chair raised with regard to the anti-fraud and corruption, in terms of the current approved structure, we do have Directorate Executive Support and then followed by Enterprise Risk Management as well as anti-fraud. Currently, we only have 2 directorates that are supporting the Office of the HOD as we were aligning to the DPSA and as advised by the DPSA. This is only to indicate, these are just the notes to indicate that yes, we have merged those 2 directorates that we used to have. And then with regard to the human settlement planning, what is the difference now is that the Social Housing and Property Management Chief Directorate is the one that we have grouped now. It be all the functions that are responsible for the housing fund, it be the property and asset management activities. So that's the difference to say now the Chief Directorate, we have worked on it into elevating so that we group all the functions that were performed differently or performed in different business units, and we have taken them and grouped into one proposed branch. Again, that is the narrative in terms of the work that we have done that I've alluded to previously. And then with regard to human settlements, we do have some name change there. There are no additional per se. We used to have human settlements program and project management in terms of the approved structure and the regional coordination, whereby now the regional coordination it has found now the new name, Integrated Housing Program. So the chief directorates are still the same. However, there are differences in terms of the name change with the functions still being performed the same. The only thing that maybe I can want to mention is that with regard to the hostel redevelopment, we have looked into the functions to say the planning part should go to the planning branch, and then we remain this side with the construction part of it. Then with regard to what we are proposing, indeed, we indicated to say previously we used to have 2 chief directorates, one responsible for social housing and property management, as well as rental, tribunal, and asset transfers. And then now is what we have elevated now to proposed as the branch HS Property and Asset Management. With regard to corporate management, there are no much differences. We still have 3 chief directorates that we used to have. The only change there, Honorable Chair, is with regard to the Chief Directorate Communication, that the DPSA has advised that we do have eGov that is responsible for the high-level plenary function. And as a department, now that we are only the implementers, we needed to create or to propose that at the directorate level. One thing that we have picked up was to say that we have the Legal Services Directorate that was standing on its own, reporting directly to the DDG, and of which the decision as we engage with the DPSA was to say we may need to group other functions in line with the generic structure for us to beef up, it be the current Chief Directorate Communication, that we include the function Legal Services as well as ICT. There are no changes much in the Office of the CFO. We only brought the internal control function as per the generic structure. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Kindly repeat your name.
Glory Makubele.
Oh, Glory.
Glory, yes.
Oh, Glory. Okay. Thank you. I think it's now clearer, honorable members. I don't know whether you still have. Did you respond to the question on stakeholders? The one HOD versus the MEC's office, the differences. Did you capture the question, Claire? Should Member Ledoba repeat it?
No, I think I got it.
Okay, continue.
I'll try to respond to that one. With regard to the stakeholder that we are proposing this side, it is a different one as compared to the one that is in the office of the MEC, in that this one is responsible for the core business. I think we have named it stakeholder and capacity development, where the expectation is the education of our citizen in line with the services that the organization is rendering, whereby in line with our SDIP that we developed on a 3-year basis, we might have even identified it be the function that is a bit challenging or problematic within our HS implementation functions. So as we have identified, it will be that we work together closely with the stakeholder, working closely with our communications business unit, that we go and have regular meetings as a way of popularizing what are the functions that the organization or the services that we have in terms of our service delivery improvement plan that we have, so that we go and popularize all the functions or all the services that the organization is responsible for, where indeed there will be questions that are asked by our citizens, and the team that will be working on that will be able to even respond to the challenges that we are faced with. Thank you, Chair. Maybe I will ask Mr. Mulukume to add with other areas on the technical parts that we could have omitted. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair, but I would like to give legal just to clarify the issue of how many court orders we did obtain. Thanks, Chair. Before that, the Mulukume can go through on the planning one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and the members. A quick response to the question around, the court orders. We have in fact, 7 court orders. We have about, 7 court orders and about, 4 interim orders. The number in terms of, the court orders would actually be around 8, but there's one around, Sebokeng 28, where in fact, we have actually received, a rescission application, and that matter was heard by court. The court has actually reserved, its judgment, around that particular matter. Thank you very much, Chair and committee members.
Thank you. Any other thing? Maybe before honorable members come, I think your second presentation clarified us. Surely, when you did this, I hope and believe that you did consultation with the employees. Change sometimes is not well received, so we can just hope that you did it. But I think in your opening, DDG, you also spoke to the consultation processes that you engage yourselves in. Do we have the skills audit of the workforce we have, or are we still to also engage in that? Secondly, how far are we from the EEA, employment equity targets? And lastly, okay, these are just issues that I just need clarity on. The COVID regulations are about to be lifted. Are we preparing to go to work full swing? And if yes, when is the workforce going back to work like pre-COVID? And then what are we doing with the security of officials that are in danger? Like Tate Mulukomi referred to earlier. Officials in danger, I think you'll know them, those who are on the ground, those who are stepped, those who are exposed. Is there anything that you are doing in that regard? So just clarify those, and then if you don't have answers on some of the things, because I think we called you to come and present on restructuring, but yeah, we can agree to get a presentation or a written submission on some of the questions we are asking. Anything, honorable members? Honorable Ledwaba?
Chair, these days, every time when we ask, we talk, whether it's renewal project, flips, now recently the human settlement as well in terms of resettlement of the Mirafong people. There is a time and again mention of HDA. This structure, how does it relate to the functions that were conducted or undertaken by the department before they've been taken away to HDA? That issue of the physical, that directorate. Okay, let me not talk about the directorate. Chair, if we were to undertake a land audit now, as this department, which directorate will be able to execute that? Glory Road, not Glory, you got the question. Yeah. Because you remember I was speaking about DID as the custodian. Now we have got our own directorate that is going to take care of our property. Be that as it may, if I were to ask that there be an assignment to undertake that, will I then have to go back to DID, or the department can provide something in relation to the land audit? That is my question. Chair, I want to lament this one about the stakeholders engagement. My 3 years experience, particularly with the PSCs, is that to a larger extent, at an administrative level, it would seem that this stakeholders engagement is outsourced to external SMMEs, if I were to say so. And I can give an example. In Sebokeng Extension 36, there is a project there. It creates a serious confusion between the administrative component of stakeholders engagement vis-à-vis the political one. Because expectations are made, commitments are made, not in line with the needs of the community. That is why I was interested in knowing exactly the difference between the two. There should be an alignment. And I must indicate there, Chair, that I'm happy with the engagement at that particular level of the MEC, because that is where you talk directly with the community. But when administrators come and make, technocrats make commitments that will reside with us as politicians and we are not aware, it creates a problem for us when we engage with the community, because you raise expectations. By the time they are not realized, those officials are not there. The political head must take, must be responsible for that. The last one, Chair, I want to lament on is around this insinuation that time and again it is stated when people talk about land audit, they think about invasions, land invasion outside. Maybe if that directorate is going to work, because it has never worked before, part of its duties, you may need to look into establishing your own semi-intelligence within the department. I don't want to talk about the SARS one, because many a times when land invasion is undertaken or properties are occupied, information is leaked by the officials. Actual officials are the ones that are, by and large, taking out all the information to say at a provincial level, this is our land. I'm going to give an example of what is happening in Swaneche. There is a guy who has got a TLB. They move around Swan. That TLB goes and clean the area. Then afterwards, people will come and invade. You can't report that guy, that business person, to the police, to anywhere. We tried. People are making money out of this exercise. And I don't want to say officials from the province are involved, or municipalities. I'm saying that is an element that we have to look at without necessarily focusing on innocent poor people who do not have where to stay, they just need a shelter, whilst there are people who are making business out of this exercise. Thanks, Chair.
Puleng and Glory, Tatamulukomi also.
No, I think, thank you, the colleagues.
Maybe before you come in, because, and I thought I should not ask this, the difficulty is, and we also struggled with that in the legislature, that we want to be seen as two committees, and at the same time, when we look at you, we want you to ensure that there's integrated planning between yourselves and COGTA. So I'm now struggling with that, and you'll pardon me. There are reasons why I would want to separate, but then in this case, the capacity engagement, and maybe perhaps go deeper. What do you mean? Capacity engagement, stakeholder engagement capacity. Because now I'm immediately thinking in CDWs. Why would you want to have that capacity when you have a role in COGTA called community development workers, who their role is to, amongst others, help in resolving service delivery issues. And I think housing is amongst the service delivery issues that they should help us resolve. Unless you are saying to us, they are CDWs on service delivery issues that relates to any other thing outside, any other thing that is not human settlement, and then this one's, that's why Kerry, just present it fully. What is it? Are we going to have a group of people running around the province called SCEs, plus you're good with acronyms, stakeholder engagement of human settlement, or is this just a focal point to deal with issues that are related with human settlement? So I'm just saying that sometimes you might think you need a role, and then your sister department has a role that is also, and I think honorable members, we agree that we need that directorate to come and present on their work, because we feel there's money spent, but there's no value for money. So we are trying to also say, how do we strengthen that we have established already with this, and using this process to ensure that there's also no duplication, but also there's value for money for everything that we come up with. Not that we are stopping you, but just clarify in detail so that we are clear. They are also establishing ward-based war rooms as per the DDM model, which I think all of us in the provincial government should be starting to align ourselves to DDM. So all these things that you are establishing, my thinking is somehow you should have applied your mind on how do we practicalize some of these things that are there, that are planned for, and some are established. So I might be confusing things, but I'm trying to think it along those lines of some of these roles, are they necessary here in human settlement, or should we then augment and say, how then do we get information from those people that relates to this work that we need as a department? I don't know whether I'm making sense, but I am raising it like a politician, like purely politician that has not gone to school. So you'll dissect it as experts.
Chair, thank you. The colleagues will handle the detail, but I just wanted the committee to be aware that we have got 3 spheres of government, and it has been a headache for the Republic of South Africa to integrate these 3 spheres to work together. Hence the proposal of the DDM model is trying to bring these spheres together, and it has been a problem. That has been exposed when the Human Rights Commission was looking at how do we work as 3 spheres on Alex renewal, where we had the municipalities' responsibility, we had the police, we have got education, but when they were unpacking that, it was found that there is a silo type of how we do our work, and hence the DDM model that the chair is talking about. There's something that is very important that I want to highlight, that lawlessness in this country, we have to accept there is lawlessness in South Africa, to the extent that we end up not knowing actually who should be responsible for what. Before I worked for the Department of Human Settlement, I was the regional head in the city of Johannesburg. And then I was in Afrikaans operational beheisen bestilder in Midrand. One of my responsibility was urban management at the municipal level. Urban management, we're talking about enforcements of bylaws. You wouldn't throw anything in a park that is dirty, or a banana peel. You'll be told, please throw it where it belongs. We had at the municipal level what we call sort of reaction unit for strictly dealing with land invasion. At the municipal level, because we have to enforce the bylaws. So the province provide a framework and support. But the actual work, if you look at the MEC when it was attending land invasion in areas like Lenasia, you saw the mayor next to the MEC, because that function of bylaw enforcement falls in the municipal space. I think that's very important. That's why when you drive around, you will see a board which says private property do not trespass, no dumping of whatever. So those are bylaws. So what the MEC of COGTA, of course, which is responsible for municipality, is trying to create a framework and support to make sure that the municipalities participate in the land invasion. So what we have done in the province, we even wrote what we call power of attorney. We looked at the land that we own as the Gauteng Department, and then if that in Joburg, we wrote power of attorney to the Joburg, so that when there's an invasion in that area, the municipality can quickly react without coming to the province and say, this land belongs to you, because we gave them the rights to look after that land. So I think that's very important. And the other one that I wanted to also unpack is the security codes that the DDG has raised. Our projects are invaded illegally. Then it has been a challenge in terms of our budget structure. How do you stop the land invasion, and how do you appoint the security? If you appoint the security, which budget you're gonna use? So then we propose to National to say, as they give us subsidy for foundation, for all plate and the top and the roof, they should at least put a bit of it as part of security, so that then when we spend security on that budget, we do not find ourselves be declared irregular by the AG, because that money was strictly meant for what you call for construction of houses, not to protect the house. So that's what this is talking about, that we need to innovate to put security codes. But that one, it is not the solution of a land invasion in a municipal space. It is just meant for a project specific, as the chair was saying, focus area. I'm building a house here at Arcadia. So that amount will be specifically for that project, if it is approved. But it won't be for the whole of Tshwane, because we might be trampling into that area of what you call the bylaw enforcements. So that's what I wanted to say, that at one time, I remember in Nel Mafias, there was the regional head that I spoke to. It was a land invasion there. It has not been easy from the province side to also have a smooth coordination and interaction purposes, interaction with other spheres. You will report a matter to another sphere that is responsible for security, and then you become frustrated at the end when we sometimes not find each other. So because we are the one building houses, I have observed the tendency that we are, there's this thing that sometimes I feel, Chair, you'll forgive me. When I went to university, there was nothing about protection of a house. When my house was built, I didn't have to bother that one day I'll find somebody there. It was built, I went there and I occupied my house. But when coming to the house that are built by government, we start to be fearing that somebody will come and take over. And it's happening in Alex. People had been taken out of their houses by people that are a criminal syndicate. So I'm just trying to say that sometime, somewhere along the line, we should, MEC tried its best to try to bring the safety part, the department part, the municipality part, to form sort of a joint effort, so that when this happens, we can together attend to it. And this is crime. I think we should just accept that it's crime, and crime should be dealt with criminally by those that are empowered to deal with crime. So I just wanted to emphasize the issue of what you call these land invasions. And the planning part, Chair, you raise a good question. We are project-specific planners. We derive our picture from I'm gonna just condense to the province, because if I go national, I will say National Development Plan, but we do have what you call Gauteng Spatial Development Perspective, which is housed in the Premier's office, which is now done at the COGTA level as the overall planning coordinator of how Gauteng should look like. The MEC has even given them mandate to come out with a planning house like what is happening in some countries like Rwanda. Then where does the housing officials come? We become planning specific, project specific. Projects are happening at a particular area. We must make sure that the town planning work, land use is done, and at the end of the house, there must be a title deed. Whereas the other ones look at a bigger picture and how the Gauteng city region should look like. And then we become a puzzle that is focused on making sure that when a house is being built, all the planning work is done, your geotech investigations, your environmental impact study, your proclamation, your land general plan, until to the end where the beneficiary get a title deed. So we more of a sector-specific chair as compared to COGTA. COGTA, in terms of the approach, they should be coordinating planning and give us a picture of where Gauteng is going. I think I just wanted to clarify those things at a strategic level. There were issues, I think, Glory, which you might need to unpack. The capacity of the hostel, I think it's not covered, if you can help there. And there was the issue of the property management versus DID. I think I can add there, because property management at the moment falls in my portfolio. Later, if this structure is approved, it's away, it's gone. It's a structure on its own, it's property and assets branch. There are properties, there are 3 departments in the province that own, that are custodians of land and property. The DID is the biggest custodian, but there are Department of Transport that own certain parts of the land that are meant for transport. Then that is a small section. You become a custodian specifically because that land is in your name. So we do have properties that are in human settlement's name. It's a portfolio that we then become custodian. But the public DID is the overall, in terms of the proclamation, is the overall custodian of all the properties. But within these properties, there are very few that are owned by human settlement and transport. Even when we do what you call a DDG pooling, that CMAP, this asset management plan that we usually submit, we as Department of Human Settlement, we are expected to submit it because that's the land that we own, which is not as big as the one that the DID own. And they also, DID, they also transfer some of the land to us for us to do what you call the human settlement program. So once they develop, they send it to us, we automatically become the carer or the custodian of that property. Then the HDA, in terms of the Housing Development Agency Act, the HDA is an implementing agency of choice, which means the 9 provinces have the option of either appointing HDA to implement some of the project or not. So we're not necessarily giving the HDA and the GPF, I will just quickly bring the GPF as well. We are not giving them work and then we say the department functions, this department is no longer a part of doing that job. In the proposed structure, there is a directorate, or chief directorate talks about entity management. Entity management is in the structure. It refers to those entities like your HDA, like your municipalities, and it's an entity because we do give them work to do on our behalf, and the GPF, and then we still do have to come to this portfolio an account how we are managing those entities. I always say these entities worked as the arm, the capacity of the department, but the department still become accountable to the legislature. So I just wanted to clarify the issue of HDA, that we give them work as we feel that they can implement that property that work for us, particularly the land acquisition, because the law says they are capacitated to do that kind of job. I think the other things you can clarify. I was just clarifying matters that I felt or they need to be dealt with at the strategic level. The CDW versus the stakeholders, you can also clarify that. So other areas, DDG that I might have not covered, I think you can just mop up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to assist with inputs on the other matters raised by the members. One, there was an issue on consultation. Departmentally, we have set up structures. One, we have a departmental standing committee that we use to engage with organized labor on matters of mutual interest. So the issue around the organizational structure, the change management, and things that are coming, they will form part of that structure. And then part of organizational review, we have a project steering committee that works together with organized labor, the unions, so that as we deal with what we introduced in the presentation, the matching and placement of staff, we are able to take our unions on board. We do have the skills audit, Chair. We have data on all the officials that we have, who has what skills, and perhaps maybe as we deal with the matching and placement, that placement would also be informed by the skills audit that is there. On employment equity, from a senior management point of view, we are sitting now at 49% females and 51% males that are there. We know legislatively we are supposed to be at 50-50 representation. There's 2 or 3 critical positions that we are filling now that would land us at least at 51 or 52% in terms of female representation. But in the other occupational categories, I think there's a balance. I just wanted to focus at senior management level to say where we are at 49% versus 51 males. And then in terms of the issues around the workforce, Chair, you asked when are we going back to work. Just last week we were presenting to some of the committees in the department. There's a circular that has been issued by the DPSA, giving us guidelines on how to implement the return to work program. We have set up, the necessary mitigation factors just to mitigate against the spread of, COVID-19. But the committee would note that even before the issue of COVID-19, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement had always had a challenge in terms of the building. Following the banning of the Bank of Lisbon. So we have been squatting, but I think the logistics and the facilities management team, they are in the process of, getting us the required lease agreement so that we can occupy one building as a department. Currently, we are sitting at 11 Diagonal as head office, and there's work that is ongoing to make sure that we get our, security in terms of the office space. I think the colleagues will add on others. Thanks, Chair.
So they are coming back. We must expect people in offices when?
Chair, we should be going back soon. I presented last week to the Departmental Standing Committee. We have presented a project plan to say currently we are at 70% office occupation. So the colleagues are busy with a tenant installation at 11 Diagonal. So that should give us at least 100% occupation before the end of March. But we wanted to make sure that we consult with our organized labor so that we do not just treat our colleagues as furniture, but we have the necessary return to work program that we can implement and make sure that everyone is informed accordingly. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anything?
Chairperson.
The skills audit question was answered.
Yes,
Hey, I'm sleeping on duty.
it was answered. Chair, just a short one, small one. I think, Mr. Molokome, the issue of power of attorney, in my view, I don't know about the honorable members, in my view, it's not communicated, in my view. So you have that disjuncture, that when there's land invasion, you find that there's the passing of the buck. So I think that for me needs to be reinforced to say that the province has given power of attorney to municipalities. Because in my experience, I found that they say, no, it's not our property, and you say the land audit has been done, and I think that one needs to be clarified, Chair. Seriously. Thanks, Mr. Molokome.
Thanks, Chair.
Maybe let me amplify on that.
Yeah.
That you know,
Yes, he says.
it's a serious matter. We are sitting with a complaint of Ward 7 in Tshwane, championed by Member Schneeman. When you go to the department says it's the city. When you go to the city says it's not our land, it's the land of the provincial government, and no one wants to own up. So it's back and forth. I'm privy to emails between the constituency there and the city and the province. So I think, and it's about land invasion. So we need to really clarify and be sure what is it that we are able to do. When we asked the question to Ufenze, when ungenapi, it was when Ufenze was presenting his role, and the role was highly dependent on other key stakeholders. So he seemed to us as just a coordinator that doesn't have power over law enforcement agencies that must make sure that people are removed and we had a similar case. Maybe let me make this example so that when you go back and rethink, if you are to rethink, you have these scenarios. A church is invaded in Atteridgeville. Then a chairperson of COGTA and Human Settlement gets a call. She calls the city that a church is being invaded. Then the city says, call SAPS. We call MEC Mazibuko. MEC Mazibuko says the church should have security to guard their premises. The church says, I pay taxes to get services in South Africa. The church owns. And SAPS is part of the services I'm paying for. So I'm just saying that as and when, because it's becoming a hotball, that this one says it's not me, and that's why we said to offense, but you are just a coordinator. How you are explaining it to us, you don't have teeth, you can't bite anyone, except that you go and motivate for money to get money for a tender of security, and I know you'll excel in doing it and get the security, and then have the fires like the water tankers in Hammanskraal. So I'm just saying that we need to think it thoroughly and use that the opportunity we have, that the MEC of COGTA is the same MEC of Human Settlement, and perhaps maybe have it institutionalized properly. We have experiences of issues like this ones, that how do we mainstream it and how do we make sure that everybody else see it as an important role, and as a result, if here our role is to coordinate everyone, then who sits in this and what is the role of that focal point that help us deal with land invasion? And I think you might be not having answers. Yeah, my emails are now arriving. You might not be having answers of some of the things, but we're just challenging you to go, you know, this is our input on that. We're quite passionate about it because it affects our work on a daily basis. We get complaints from different property owners, and when we try to mediate, the city will come with a story, and you know, it's back and forth. So we are challenging you to rethink it and let's strengthen it and make it workable for the people of Gauteng. I don't know if there's any other thing, honorable members. Should we release the team? Okay, thank you very much, Ntate Molokome and DDG and the team. We seem to be going towards the right direction. The unfortunate thing is time is no longer on our side. We're 3 years, almost 3 years in the office. We're starting to see the changes, but very slowly. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna get there ultimately in the human settlement of Gauteng. You know, though it's not satisfactory, but it seems you are able to put together some things. We are hopeful that you will not change leadership anytime soon, because that causes instability. The new HOD, when he or she comes, will come up with her own flavor of spices and want to spice up and want to fix something that is not really broken. So thank you very much. We are hoping that we will continue in that regard. And Tate Molokome, Jackie is worried about time. And Irilabare HOD, acting HOD, in Tate Molokome, yo, Molokome and Chair, goes waka 10. So she just reminded me, Chair, when Ale Molokome, leave your passions out of the discussions. So let's get the second presentation, and whoever you allow to leave can leave, and then we be able to continue. Thank you very much, team. Is it still corporate services? Because we hear you introducing new names.
Yeah, the corporate services are now presented. We will now be going to the performance, Q3 performance from the DG Nomfundo. And Jake, don't worry, we love our job. We don't mind sleeping here. Proceed.
Bo Nomfundo bana le malapa le bana ki bo mme le bo honorable Dial. It's a WhatsApp. How do I do this homework? Then we lose concentration of the meeting. Luna, your forefathers were able to get away with murder, and you continue to get away with murder of making a home a home. Okay. Hey, and he said it on record.
No,
I am looking home.
no.
Nomfundo is presenting on.
I can repeat, there is lawlessness. I mean, we cannot just have your house. You cannot just be in your house and be chucked out in your. Yes. Yeah, I mean, maybe what I was just trying to say is that there's so much crime.
I'm still the chairperson of COGTA and Human Settlement in Gauteng. My name is Kidiboni Dialetlabella. Unless the ANC decides otherwise, I remain the chair. You and Member Lidwaba will have a session after we are done. Can we allow Nomfundo to?
Thank you, Chair.
And chiki in the mix. Nomfundo, over to you. Muruti, don't do that, man. You will see Molokome. Don't leave Molokome, sleep here. Yeah. So that they engage you further. Muruti, you are here, Mas. Okay. Yeah, thank you. What's Nomfundo?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I think they're still assisting me, and I hope in a minute it should be okay. Still connecting me, no? All right, okay. No.
you are able to navigate the 78 slides within 10 minutes.
We'll try, Chair. We do know that members have read
A
the
long day,
report,
my sister,
so we should not undermine their.
Give us high level.
We'll try and compress it such that there is sense in what you are saying. I think, I'm not sure how far they are, but I can start. Unless you want it projected. I can
Yes,
start.
similar with your preambles and the whole thing that you've got into this.
All right. Okay, we are presenting the third quarter report. And I did note what you've requested for.
I'm going to request Member Ledwaba to chair while I go to the bathrooms. Sorry about that, Nomfundo. I'm also running a risk of you doing other things.
He might take over completely. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry about that. But Mulokomizi, he will guide my power for me.
All right. I think this is basically, it would be important for us to then reflect on the synopsis of our performance for the third quarter, because this is basically what we are presenting. What exactly is happening? All right, they will win. But in the third quarter, we had 37 targets that had been planned. We have 12 that have been achieved, whilst 5 of those have been partially achieved. And we were not able to achieve 20 of those. Come again?
Does it work?
Yeah, it did project.
Okay.
Yeah. Chairperson, please forgive us. I will try and compress this and I'll move with speed, just to cover the 2 minutes that has been taken care of. Okay, I've already reflected on the summary performance, and we have 4 programs. In terms of program 1, we had 9 targets. We have 2 of those that have been achieved and 7 not achieved. Program 2, we had 5. 2 of those were achieved, whilst 3 were not achieved. And then program 3, we had 15 had been planned for program 3, which is our core business. 7 achieved, 2 partially, and 6 not achieved. Program 4, we had 1 achieved, 3 partially, and 4 not achieved. I won't waste your time on these because they're just for your convenience in terms of the analysis that we provided. And I'll go straight to here. I think the last time we met, our performance was concerning. So what it meant is just to reflect on where we were when we discussed at end of September, which is around October when you called us in. And we did cite that we had challenges specific to our supply chain management at the time, because we're putting new panels. It's just to remind you the reason that we had provided to the legislature. Our panels in the main were mainly concluded around just after the second quarter. And what it meant was that we could not basically see immediate results at the time. But as at the end of December, the tilt therefore shifted from the 14% of achievement, and if you reflect, as at Q3, we're already at 32. And also there was improvement also in terms of the partial achievements. So in essence, we should be able to say that the issue of what affected us in Q1 and Q2, as declared to the legislature, indeed the late conclusion of those processes of supply chain management did have a bearing on the performance of the department holistically. But now, I think it gives an opportunistic picture now, in that in 2022, we already are going to have a state of readiness in terms of implementation of projects. But we're on the back foot, looking at where we were. So on this, I'm not going to go through, but it just provides you with the detail of where the non-performance is located. And I'll analyze you, I'll give you a slide, about 4 slides of basically looking at what we are doing basically, and what the issues, the real issues were in terms of the problems of this non-performance. And you can see the areas where we didn't perform well. If you do not have contractors on board, you are bound not to perform specific to the procurement on these defined groups, but also you are bound to be on the back foot specific to the jobs that will be created. So I'm just summarizing so that you see. And also, I think the issue of the structure I would not talk to, because there's already positive results in terms of where we are in the structure, and we're hoping that that could be approved at the end of the financial year. But I'm just summarizing in terms of where we didn't perform in Program 1. Okay, and I'll go to Program 2. And Program 2 also, if you note where we were, specific to the delays in our procurement processes, issues of formalization of townships, obviously needed contractors on board, etc. So it did put us on the back foot. But in terms of plans that we're in control, we're able to achieve those in terms of the review of those special plan and special master plan and the multi-year project pipeline. I'll go to Program 3, which is the core, and I want to focus on the non-achievements. I think that was the tone that you set when you started, and I'll focus on those issues where I've promised you the slides. If you note also, Program 3, we against all odds, were able to achieve on the mega stands and the housing units. And the department currently is performing better on the stands that were serviced. But we're not performing, where there's a concern is more on the housing units specific to our legacy projects. Where we have not achieved, you will note that also procurement in terms of the private sector, your service stands, specific to what we needed to acquire from the private sector, your hostels, your family units that need to be constructed specific to hostels, informal settlements upgrading phase 2, and the informal settlements upgrading plans. And abundant, and I've basically cited where the nectar is. That basically is the nectar that is not even, we're not able to suck. Program 4, where we didn't do well, is specific to those. Property transfers, your disputes that need to be resolved, your pre-1994 title deeds, and also the beneficiaries that need to be confirmed on as legitimate. Let me go to this slide. I think I'm going to go to the slides where areas of non-performance. I think this is basically where you would be interested. If you look at our areas of non-performance, I think I've already cited the issue of where we could basically recover. We might be on course in terms of the adjusted targets be able to achieve targets specific to what we have basically adjusted, but might not reach our target specific to legacy units like I've cited. And why we might not achieve here is, in the main, the properties where we have illegal occupation and invasion of houses. There, that's basically putting a threat in terms of what we are bound to achieve. And the examples that we've cited here, where they are specific to examples on invasion with your Palm Ridge, your Clayville, your Chief Lutuli, etc. So those are examples, and it's not comprehensive because we could provide that list where we will not achieve based on those barricades or barriers to delivery on legacy. But on mega project units, we seem to be on an upward and promising trend. But also, we still have this issue of, some of the contractors that would not perform, the effect that was basically exerted by the steel industry. If you remember in the third quarter, where the steel industry that was on strike, so there were delays in terms of access to steel, basically for construction purposes. There were also issues of business fora, which are rife here in this region in particular, but also contractors that remain with a challenge in terms of their cash flows. Whilst we have transformation agenda, priorities, so that becomes a dilemma. So I will not overemphasize in terms of the procurement processes, sorry. So I've basically provided assurance in terms of where we might not perform, specific to the units. And then township formalization, we can safely say that we do have 20 townships that are undergoing formalization with some milestones that have been achieved. However, an assessment report has also been concluded with a record of the status of townships, which also informed how we prioritize those townships. And also the PRT appointment, unfortunately, I've indicated that procurement processes did affect this process in particular. So we are hoping that we'll start seeing some positive effect in the next financial year. For this year, let's not promise, because I don't think, from our assessment, from a monitoring and evaluation perspective, we will not reach what we intended for the current financial year. We'll only be able to demonstrate milestones that have been achieved specific to township formalization, but also, and it goes to the next row, basically, and where we give you status of what has happened. But also, if you check, there was slow progress by municipalities specific to issuance of service certificates, and also the unwillingness, and we do understand, I think it's also in other instances where we've been made to understand by municipalities, I think it was reasonable to say we cannot waive some of the conditions, and it can have an impact on them where they can end up having litigation because issues of stormwater, etc. And others, remember, are townships that are old, where there was no funding, and currently they cannot fund those old townships unless there's a separate budget that has been dedicated to look at infrastructure backlogs from the past that can be provided as an intervention. That has been escalated and has been put in a forum where those decisions, we need to get feedback on those. On title deeds, we remain with outstanding milestones on registered townships, like I've indicated, and they do have a bearing on the upper aspects on milestones that remain pending. So on title deeds, we do have some unachieved numbers that will only be achieved in the next year, but not this year. So this year we do have those that we can confirm that we would be able to basically achieve. Property management, where we are is basically immovable asset. We've got the disposal committee that has been basically established.
and also the conditional assessment and occupancy assessments. With COJ, we've provided that as at June, and we're just awaiting the compiled list from the COJ in relation to the housing fund matters. But also, there's been an MOU that has been signed by the HOD and submitted to the COJ for them to also endorse on their part, so that it becomes a collective effort. But there's also instructions that have been provided to the conveyancers, specific to Tshwane and Eguruleni, where properties will be devolved. So what that means is the process cannot be concluded as at the end of the financial year. However, conclusion of this process is envisaged by the end of the second quarter of 2022. There's also an intention to transfer flats where devolution of to COJ, specific to those flats, was pending conditional assessments and occupancy assessments that have been shared with the COJ. So final clearance was provided by the COJ to the department, and we've paid what was due from the department. So what is pending now is for issuance of the clearance certificate from the City of Joburg. And once that is accomplished, then we should be able to confirm by the end of the first quarter and be able to transfer those specific flats that are pertinent to the City of Joburg. And then we have also sold 28 properties. 28 sold properties report has been submitted, specific to the commercial properties that were 33. And then there are 2 shops that were awaiting rates and taxes clearance certificates. And then 3 to be advertised to the public, of which we have received 2 of the 3 valuation reports. And then specific to maintenance of flats, we have basically secured the appointment of contractors based on the delays that I've already cited. But this is pending the acceptance of this work by the said contractors that have been identified, and we do confirm that at least 50% of work, in terms of maintenance work, should be concluded by the end of the financial year. Urban renewal, I think we've provided that detail without me going through that, but it's just to say, safe to say that currently with the final stages of the procurement process on Everton, we'll be able to then start our design works specific to the 3rd phase of the sewer outfall network. Remember, phase 2 had been completed, so now we're starting the 3rd phase. So what it means is basically on that one, once that is secured, then we'll be able to assume the process of the 3rd phase. But also in terms of Beggersdal, the resuscitation of the improvement of internal infrastructure upgrade, which had not been completed by the previous contractor, will then proceed. And then Clip Down is implemented by the City of Joburg. There was litigation, as reported before, to the legislature. However, we just begging for feedback from the City of Joburg, which we have inquired. The other progress is just for your convenience, but it's just to say that this delay has basically led us to where we are currently. And then also in terms of the upgrading of informal settlements, we want to confirm that out of the 67 informal settlements, we have provided 54 interim services to those informal settlements. And also concluding the upgrading plans and phase 2 investigations for the upgrade that will require, for example, your EIAs, your geotechs, layout plans, topographical studies, etc. And that should be concluded by, as at the end of May, to enable actual upgrading, because our initial stance is to upgrade, and upgrading can only take place once all that has been undertaken. Hostel redevelopment, there are no prospects of success in the current financial year in terms of achievement what was intended, and that is basically as a resultant from the delays in the procurement processes, which had not been concluded, unfortunately. So on that, I've already cited, including complete and your incomplete and abandoned projects. And I've already cited specific to procurement spend, which has a bearing. If a project is not on board, you cannot therefore be able to achieve on this, because contractors would not have been on board at the time when it was envisaged. So on that, we will report. However, it will not be the envisaged number, outputs that had been intended. And then lastly, it's basically job creation, which also is a bearing. Job creation can only be realized in line with projects that are on board. So on those, job creation is there. We do have numbers that we are going to be able to report, but obviously the delays that we declared in Q1 and Q2 in terms of procurement processes can only yield positive results in the next financial year in terms of the readiness. And I'm repeating what I did say in the absence. So in summary, not to waste your time, members, this is basically the synopsis of our muddy stamping. Thank you very much.
Thanks. You are saying,
Chair?
I'm saying you are saying half a bread is better than no loaf. And you are then saying in Q3, you could not meet some of these targets, and then they have been deferred to next financial year. Chair, can I take it back to you, Chair? Thank you.
I suggest you continue chairing, Chair, Acting Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair,
Member Ledwaba, what is the status with the financials of this report? Are we still waiting for the team to arrive?
No, the team is here.
Are they ready? Can we take the financials and then start
Actually-
discussing? Is
Mm,
it
Chair.
fine, Acting Chair?
Chair, now I'm
Oh,
in charge.
okay. No, in your hands, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, I can flag that. I can just put up those slides. Sorry, I omitted, Chair. Can I go through you?
No. Hold on. You can switch it off. No, members wrote, they are saying that the presentation is not complete. They just want to add the financials, and then from there we can engage. I think it's a fair request. Okay. Okay, thanks. Over to you, Mr. Mulkum.
I also wanted to show, if you look at the agenda, it says Q3, 21-22. The next one, it says presentation on departmental APP and budget. So she was handling the Q3 non-financial performance.
You are confusing me, Mlukama. I was saying, after the intervention of the chairperson, I think it was a fair request. Because in any event, even if we were to talk about the financials and the APPs, those are two separate things. Maybe we can attach the financials and then we'll deal with the APPs. Unless if you are not ready.
The chair, the team for budget are here. But if you talk about the performance finance in respect to the non-financial, she has mentioned, so she can continue. Because she was, the first presentation, she was handling the first portion was it was targets houses. But then she can link that to the performance of the finance in relation to that non-financial. She can proceed.
That's the request.
Okay, sure.
Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, members, and afternoon, colleagues. Okay, if you look at the financials for the third quarter, I'll be actually looking at the third quarter as a quarter itself, and also looking at the
Acting CFO, please introduce yourself.
Oh,
through
sorry. Apologies, the Director of Management Accounting, Mike Ngom.
Okay, thanks, colleagues. As I've indicated, I'll be presenting the financials. I'll be looking at the third quarter as a quarter itself, and also looking at the cumulative expenditure for the year. Let's start with our programs for the quarter. We had a projected expenditure of 153 million. Then we managed to spend about 115 million on that. So we had a variance of 38 million. The spending was sitting at 75% for the quarter. If you look at the same program annually, we have a budget of 549 million. We managed to spend 357 million of that. That leaves us with a variance of 192 million. So basically for this program, we're sitting at 65% at the end of the third quarter. If we go to program 2, we had a projected budget of 6.4 million. We managed to spend about 3.6 million for the quarter. That takes us to 57% with a variance of 2.7 million. For the same program, when you look at the cumulative expenditure, out of the total budget of 19 million, we managed to spend about 10 million. That takes us to 51% by the end of third quarter. Our main program, of which is program 3, which is housing development, project expenditure for the quarter, it was 1.3 billion. We actually overspent on that quarter. We managed to spend about 1.4 billion. I think the issue of overspending here, it's not necessarily an issue because it's a question of timing in terms of cash. So if you look at that program, however, over the 3 quarters, we have a budget of 5.2 billion. We only managed to spend about 2.9 billion. So leaving us with a variance of 2.2 billion. And at that time, the spending was sitting only at 57%. Normally, we should be, by the third quarter, we should be sitting roughly around 75% if you look at the straight line projection. But however, we were sitting at 57%. Obviously, mainly due to other challenges that we had in the department in terms of our performance on the ground, also with some of the challenges that we had in terms of unlocking our project in terms of supply chain matters. If you look at program 4, we had projected to spend 45 million for the quarter. We also spent more than that. We managed to spend 50 million, of which then we had a sort of like a variance of about 5 million. However, cumulatively, we only managed to spend 88 million out of a budget of 208 million for the year. That took the program to 42% by the end of that quarter. So then the overall picture for the department by the end of that quarter, we had projected 1.5 billion. We spent 1.6 billion. I think the reason why we spent so much in the third quarter is because most of the POs and some of the supply chain issues were unlocked during that quarter. And some of the transfers also happened in that quarter. So then you see that the projection is slightly below what is actually happening in the quarter. So if you look at annually, the department actually has a budget of 5.9 billion, but we managed to spend 3.4 billion by end of the third quarter. So that took us to the 57% that is actually indicated there. This actually then put the department under a lot of pressure because now at that time we have left with about, I thought I'll just talk to the figures, but it's fine. Okay. I think, Fundo, you went up, but I wanted to talk to the figures as I see them. Yeah, so, yeah. I was explaining, I was still on the programs, talking about the 2.5 billion that was actually remaining by the end of the third quarter. I think there were various reasons why we couldn't actually spend the whole money, but obviously we have moved. If I can just give a background, we've moved from that picture now as a department. I think for our HSDG grant, we're sitting at 72%. Overall, as a department, we're sitting at, I think, 65%. So there was quite substantial movement between January and now. I don't know if the members, they also want me to go to the economic classification, but what I think is important here is just to look at the annual picture of our economic classification. If you look at our current payments, we seem to be almost aligned. We seem to be almost aligned. If you look at our COE, by the end of that quarter, we're sitting in 71%. Our goods and services, we're sitting at 60%, and our transfer and subsidies were also sitting at 60%. Where we were lagging behind is the payment for capital assets. But I think the payment for capital assets can also be explained because we had an adjustment. So there was some increase in some of the budget items. So that's why you can see that line item is performing very low. But unfortunately, however, once we've done some journals to correct the situation, the expenditure will increase significantly. Because I think the line item that is affecting that payment for capital assets is actually the land purchases, where the budget was sitting under transfers, but due to some technical issues that we need to correct. For example, following the Human Settlement Transition Guide, we need to make sure that whatever land that we procure, we need to classify it correctly. So that's why you see that picture looks as if we are not spending there. I think if you go to the next slide, I think basically the next slide is basically, it's explaining everything that I was saying in terms of our expenditure. But I think what we also realize is that due to some challenges that we experience on supply chain side, we have engaged with the colleagues and tried to see how we can actually make sure that we improve that situation so that when come April, we are ready to implement our projects and we don't find ourselves in a situation where we only starting to pick up momentum in the second quarter. We need to pick up momentum from the first quarter throughout the financial year. But unfortunately, members, I know that construction doesn't actually work like other sectors. I think over the years we've realized that the first quarter is generally quiet, and then the second quarter that's where the department actually picks up the momentum, and also the last quarter, because what normally happens is that you get, especially in the last quarter, you get colleagues, in this instance suppliers, where they actually maybe bank some of the claims that they need to actually send to the department to process them. Instead of a person claiming for maybe 100, 100 sites that they've cleaned, they will wait until maybe they go to 500 and then claim. But then unfortunately that actually impacts in terms of our cash flow, and then that's why sometimes when you look at the department's cash flow, they're a bit erratic. You know, they don't follow the non-financial information. I'm not sure if this is the last slide. Okay. Here we're just focusing on the HSDG performance per region only. If you look at Joburg, they had an annual budget for 531 million. By end of third quarter, they managed to spend about 271 million. I think also that is very important that I must mention is that this budget that you see here is also taking into account the adjustment budget, but the adjustment was not a lot. It's about 73 million out of this total budget. So I'm just clarifying that because if you know our budget, you'll see that it's 3.8 less than what is here. The increment is just the rollover that we're given during the adjustment. Tshwane, I think it was one of our regions that was struggling a bit in terms of performance. But the third quarter, they only managed to spend about 143 million out of the total budget of 208 that was allocated to them. West Rand, I think they're the ones that actually managed to spend a lot when you look at the overall budget for HSDG, because they were allocated a budget of 1 billion. Out of that 1 billion, they've managed to spend about 754 million, of which is very commendable for West Rand. I think also one thing that I need to say in West Rand is also there's a lot of transfers that also went to West Rand. So it assisted also the bulk money that is sitting there. So it assisted the expenditure. Sidibeng, we have a budget of 755. We managed to spend about 475 million. That takes us to 68%. Ekurhuleni, I think Ekurhuleni before the third quarter they were struggling, but then they've improved significantly when you look at the picture to date. So they've managed to spend about 173 million, of which it was 41% of that budget, that is 419 million. Head office, these are various programs in head office. These include rapid land release, some of the monies that we transferred to entities. So that's the biggest chunk of the HSDG after West Rand. So they managed to spend about 667 million out of total budget there of 843. I think there are no concerns in terms when you look at the head office spending, because they were sitting at 71%, of which it has improved now. Overall, HSDG, this is just one grant that we have for HSDG, because we also have another grant that is UISP. So for HSDG at that time, we're sitting at 64% overall spending when you compare to the budget itself. For our UISP grant, I need to indicate that this is a new grant, even though the grant was part of the HSDG before, but given the grant framework and the mandate that was actually increased with the grant. So there were a number of there's a lot of work that needed to happen in terms of planning before the grant can hit the ground running. So it had a very slow start. We only managed to move in the second quarter. By the third quarter, we only spent 326 million against the budget of 1.1 billion. But I'm glad to report now that we're sitting currently with 499 to date out of the 1.1 billion. Obviously, we still have a few weeks to finalize some of the IPs and some of the payments. Hopefully, we can maybe reach at least 80% on this grant. That will be much better. So as you can see, members, at that time we were sitting at 71% spent against this grant. EPWP, I think this grant is one grant that is actually driven by performance. If the department perform, the grant will definitely perform. But what I can say is that even though the spending, it was sitting at 37% in the third quarter, I'm confident that actually the grant will be exhausted, because currently we're sitting at 50-something% with few invoices. But also, if you look at the figures, it's not a lot of money. I mean, we're only talking about 8.5 million. So 3 or 4 invoices can finish that money. Thanks, members. Thanks, colleagues. That will be the end of the presentation. Okay.
Thank you. Members, Rota, over to you. We take both presentations.
Thank you, Acting Chair. If you look at both reports, we remain underachieved, totally underachieved, very poor performance, and we repeat the same thing every year. In fact, what's quite startling is none of these projects are going to be finished this year. And it's almost a nonchalant approach. Well, that's just the way it is. I would like to know, if possible, why we're underachieving. Is it non-performance? Is it lack of political oversight? Is it lack of operational oversight? Are people not being brought to account? Is there no accountability? Because we go from year to year to year, and we have the same challenges, and we go forward 2 steps, and we go back 1 step. We then have major underspending. And as you know, if you don't spend, the monies go back to National Treasury. So the monies are lost. Why are we spending such small amounts? What is the problem? And this is not a bashing session, because I don't want to bash. I want to find answers so we as a committee can try and help. What is the challenge that prevents us from achieving all these targets? Is it, I don't want to speculate, but there's got to be a very good reason why there's this continuous problem in achieving both targets and spending. And the two are connected. And if we keep kicking for touch, our residents and our citizens are continually failing. They're continually not being provided with the mandate, to carry out the mandate that our department is supposed to achieve. So I'm really pleading to get an idea, what is the problem? What is it that we as an oversight committee can do Can we put pressure on the MEC's office? Can we put pressure nationally? Can we put pressure at local government? What is it that we need to do to try and facilitate an environment where we can do better? Thanks.
Bishop?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Maybe the first thing that I needed to ask is, it was mentioned that we didn't quite do it in the first, second, and quarter, and we'll do it in the fourth quarter. And the state of readiness, I think that is a statement that was used. There's a state of readiness, and I just needed to find out why would we be ready now in the fourth quarter, and we're not quite ready in the other quarters. Then the issue of the legacy projects, which is a concern, you are correct, vis-a-vis the mega projects. Is the legacy projects, is it to do with alignment of the communities with regards to the RDP projects, or is it to do with low-cost housing? And the mega projects, when you look at the legacy projects, you find that you have the challenges there, but the mega projects, is it because there's security at the mega projects that things are much better there, and you don't have all the challenges that you have in the legacy projects? My major concern has always been the transfer of title deeds, and the fact that this is a historic problem when it comes to the title deeds. And I don't really think there is a concerted plan and effort, really. I wouldn't say concerted plan, but there's no real timelines to make sure that title deeds are rolled out in terms of having it planned, really. I don't know how the department rolls out or gives out these title deeds. I don't know if it just comes out like the first amount that comes is given. Is there a certain tablet that is drawn up for people to get title deeds? Because in the constituencies that I serve, there's still the great need and lack of these title deeds has not been given for years. For years has not been given. Then the issue of the business forums, we are picking this up on our oversight visits, and I don't know what is the plan when it comes to the 30% demands that are being made whenever they see any construction going to happen, when they see trucks coming to offload, when they see there's digging of foundations, immediately they are there, and we know of many people have died. Many people have died because of this, and I don't know how we, and I wouldn't say it's lawlessness, they become a law unto themselves, where they can go in and stop projects, and take control, and whether it be in the education or whether it be any department, but especially human settlements. So that I need to know is there a plan to prevent this happening, because lives are being lost, people are dying, and innocent people's lives are also at risk and threatened. The issue of clearance, the transfer of flats. I wanted to get clarity on that one. You mentioned, are you talking about the city of Johannesburg flats, or are you talking about the flats that falls under province? I needed to know which flats are you talking about, and then the issue of maintenance. Again, the same question. Yeah, I'll park it there. Thank you.
Let's take Homoso first.
Thanks, Chair. I want to know about the target not achieved, the percentage of departmental procurement budget spent on women, youth, and disability. I would just want to know why the target is not achieved. Thanks.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ledwaba. Yesterday, I said to your sister department that perhaps maybe we need to always make sure that we bring Buthu Barona into how we do work for government. And I raise this because I have a feeling that when we are on these chairs and in these boardrooms, we tend to forget who we are and where we come from and where we want to take this country. And as a result, as those who are at service of South Africans, we then want to focus on compliance more than ensuring that the service delivered. I'm raising this because because of the misalignment on the budget versus the target achieved, I'm still to be schooled. How does it work, and why would we be able to spend and then we don't achieve the targets that we set ourselves? But also, Nomfundo, on okay, at least unlike the other department, you are clear. You have not achieved, it's red. You have achieved, it's green. There's no orange and yellow. But then, my question will be, as an M&E specialist, why would you put a target that you are well aware that you are not going to achieve? And put it and then say to us, we are deferring to the next year for us to be able to achieve this target. I know the sector has complexities, and I'm not an expert in that, but I'm just saying, why would, in your targets, set targets that are not achievable for yourselves? Because we're speaking targets that are set by yourselves in your own individual rights within the department, and you are not achieving them. And with the little knowledge I have, is that if a target for Q1 is to build foundations, that target should be clear that it's building foundation, not building a house or delivering a house, because the house will only be able to deliver it in Q4. There are phases that we are going to follow. And my understanding of monitoring and evaluation is that don't ever put a house in Q1, because it's not what you are going to achieve. Put what you are going to achieve. So what you are going to achieve is a foundation. So in Q1, we want foundations. And then we'll be able to say we have achieved 100% of foundations, because we planned to build or develop 4 foundations, and 4 foundations are developed. Then a house, because it's an outcome, it will arrive in Q4. So Q2, Q3, it's another phase of the project. Unless I don't understand, because I find myself, and I'm confused by that as the chair of the portfolio committee, why these ones are able to spend, but then they are unable to meet their targets. Where are you getting it wrong? And please clarify that. Secondly is and it skipped my mind. The grants that goes to municipalities, I'm just going to pick this from what we just experienced now. The city of Tshwane has had, if there's such an English, 2 rollovers on a grant given by us in a project in Extension 10 in Tshwane. 2 rollovers, postponing that we will do next year, and then next year comes, they don't do it, then they postpone. And then we still are waiting for it to happen. How do you handle such cases? Because in as much as they are the ones who are accountable, are you also not accountable for that? And how do you manage and monitor that there's implementation, especially of grants that you give to municipalities? I nearly wanted to ask, what is ISUPG? So I said maybe it's informal settlement upgrading grant. I'm now starting to be familiar with the language within the human settlement sector. What is this grant, and why have we not spent it when there are so much challenges within the informal settlement in Gauteng? And this that you have spent, where did you spend it? Which informal settlement were you able to spend the grant on? And then I had a very difficult question. And now I forgot the slide. Okay, I think it's on performance of regions. No, hostels. Nomfundo, you say to us, there's very little we can achieve in this financial year on hostels, on what we had planned for hostels, and that is solely because of the processes in supply chain. How do we remedy that? Because I don't think this is the first time, and I don't think this is the only program that is affected by that. What are the measures that we can put in place to ensure that we do not have this, is it the right way to use discrepancy? This challenge that we plan, we ask for budgets, but we are unable to deliver because of our own processes when we were part of the planning. I mean, people are waiting for services. If you can remember, we went to different hostels and promised them that there's money that will be allocated in the financial year, and then in the financial year that is starting, these are the things that will start and these are the things that will be done. But then now in Q3, we are told it will not happen, and because of our own supply chain issues. It's not the first time I hear that. It's not the only program I hear that. What is the problem within supply chain? And perhaps maybe, like I said, every time you come to present to us, throw it to our table to say these laws are making us to delay. But then as experts who do government planning and budgeting, you should also anticipate the processes you need to follow for your implementation of what you would have planned. Are you failing because you are failing to plan? Are you failing because you do not have capacity? Or are you failing because of the legislative framework? Those 3 questions are very important to all of us. If you listen to Ntate Mkhulu here, that we want to know, we are positive, we see, and maybe perhaps that's why Member Serota says, you move 2 steps forward, and quickly you go down. Quickly, then you make us feel that, okay, we're getting there. Then when we think we are there, then you go back. What is the problem? And how do we make sure that we help you? We are not in the mood to, because we can see there's capability. But then at the same time, when we think you are achieving, you go back. Is it maybe based on the quotas themselves, that when it's quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 will not perform, but quarter 4 will be able to perform? And make us understand so that we know how to measure and which barometer do we use during which quarter, so that we're able not to get angry and believe that these people are not working, especially in this project or in this program and that program. The other program seems to be doing very well. So if you can help us clarify that, and my apologies to take long, Chair, for making my point. I'm still struggling. This is a sector that I'm not familiar with.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Mulukume, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just start with what the Chair has asked, then I'll start from, then the colleagues will help me. The hostels, indeed, there have been a problem of supply chain, and then now that is an internal problem. It is not external problem. It is within our control, because that officials that are in supply chain falls under the CFO. So the CFO, when he comes in, most of the contracts, my understanding that they were expiring and they have to renew the database and so on. And that in itself had a serious impact to all other programs beside the hostels. And then DDG Nomfundo indicated that we have put a foundation in place, and then we'll start, even though you can use the word defer, we'll start moving faster in the next financial year. And the issue of supply chain, indeed, it is internal, but at the same time, I wouldn't like to blame the legislation, Chair, because we are allocated money on a MTF basis. The reason why government give us money on a 3-year basis is that you should sort out your planning and supply chain in advance. So that's the main reason. So there we are internally responsible, but it was due to the fact that the CFO took an action of cleaning the database and putting in place the new ones. That's as far as supply chain is concerned. And then I think the informal settlement upgrade, I will leave it to offense. You will take off. Just note the offenses so that when you come in, you handle that. The city of Tshwane took a decision, Chair, that they will scale down the construction of houses and focus on the bulk infrastructure and the services, because they were saying it is no use for them to get the budget for the house and then they end up not building. So their main focus has been the building of infrastructure. And then if you look at the budget of Tshwane Doli, compare it to a small municipality like West Rand and CDB, you will see West Rand and CDB being smaller municipalities but having the higher budget as compared to a metro. But if you look at the housing demand trends in the country, they are within the 3 metros, is Tshwane, Kurlen, and Joburg. But it's something that, Chair, I think we need to be, you said to us, elevate certain things that you think you can play a role. I think we need to start moving towards the metros and do the work there, because that is where the demand for human settlement is. But if you have looked at the budget, where the graph in terms of the housing demand is lower, there's more budget, because it's easy there for us as a province to intervene and do the work from the province side. But with the metros, they have what you call urban settlement development grant, which goes directly to them. And they also responsible for a lot of things. So you have to negotiate with them. The MEC has got what we call IGR, and he had bilateral meetings with the mayors of different municipalities, including the metro, to address this issue of intergovernmental relation. And that need to be sorted out, Chair. And sometime we tend to think that problems are largely administrative, only to find that the very colleagues that work with them in the metros, they'll have to get certain council resolution before they can do a particular work. So that we need to strengthen. And then we hope in the DDM model will help us to then have one plan, one projects that we all agree in terms of the IDP. Then the chair asked a question on a Q1 targets. Why do you put a house as an output target in Q1? What happened is that at the end of the financial year, which is ending in March, there will be houses that will be only foundations. So when we do the opening balance of the next financial year, we cannot throw away the foundation that were carried over from the last financial year. So then we have to then say the opening balance in 2022, 1st April, we have got 1,000 foundations, and we have got 2,000 wall plates, and we have got 3,000 roof and finishes. To have a roof doesn't mean the house is finished. It is still have to be approved by the quality assurance. So when we allocate the budget, we'll then say the houses at the roof level are 3,000, they will need so much. Then we expect that by the end of the Q1, that house would have been certified and somebody must get in. That is where the one with a foundation, you expect that by the time we go into the first quarter, because the foundation is already there, the contractor would have then start with the wall plates and go straight to the roof. And the one with the wall plate will go straight to the roof and the house. That's the issue that I wanted to explain. The opening balance of the new financial year guide us how you should then plan the targets in the next financial year. And you see the houses in the Q1. But with the business plan of this year, we have learned from the previous experience of putting more houses at the Q1 to try to streamline, to make sure that we don't have a situation where in the second quarter we try to catch up what happened into the first quarter. So we're managing that, but we also manage the fourth quarter. December is a dead month, January is a dead month, October is rainy, and September. So you have to manage that. So the biggest area where we should move to higher targets should be between Q1 and Q3 before we go to Q4. So Q2 and 3 should be our highest performing quarters. Q1, as you rightfully said, we need to say you are cleaning what you carried over, and Q4, they don't usually allow us to put more budget in the Q4 because it's equivalent to dumping, because they don't expect, Treasury doesn't expect us to spend money at that quarter. So Q2 and 3 are supposed to be the areas. So maybe when you assess our business plan for this year, because I've seen there is a budget presentation coming, you might try to look at how we did our cash flow plan and say, where is the highest allocation been allocated? Is it in Q2 or 3, or is it in Q1, or is it in Q4? So that we then know where is the biggest time for construction, for the highest construction. Then the expenditure relate to target. It is true that we do have a situation where we have to spend money and then does not correspond to the budget, to the targets. And that has been raised by Treasury, and that has been raised also by the Department of Human Settlement. The expenditure in our books happens when the money is spent. So when we transfer money to GPF, and when we transfer money to HDA, it appears to us or to municipality. To us, it will appear as expenditure. But to the other side, is where we have to then reap the fruits, which is then the targets. That is where the alignment come into be, and something that we, hence with the new structure, they have created a directorate called entity management that will focus strictly on the entities like HDA, GPF, and municipal to make sure that money we have transferred, they must translate it to the targets, because in the province it will be expenditure, but because it's expenditure doesn't mean that there's a house built. It was a transfer to the other entity. So I just wanted to clarify that. But we have picked that up, hence in the new structure we had such an entity that will focus on strictly monitoring and going to those entities, and if there's a capacity problem, deploy capacity there and provide support. The issue of women, youth, disability, I think, Didi Nomfundo, I will leave that to you because you were handling issues of sector before, yes, yeah, I think I will leave that to you. Transfer of flats, I would wish the Reverend, please, we have got a problem in El Dorado Park and other areas. The people of Soweto, Tembisa, Gauteng, and others have taken their houses immediately when they were made available, and they have them as theirs, they have title deeds. But the people of El Dorado Park and other, particularly El Dorado Park, where we have got flats, they are reluctant to take over their houses. We are begging them, I use the word, we are begging them to give them sectional title. They don't want to take those houses. Why? Because they are not, we are maintaining the house, and those properties are in the name of the department. We are paying proper rates and taxes. They don't pay. They actually default rental. And when we want to transfer, they will make a lot of things like you must first refurbish. But when we're transferring houses in Soweto and Tembisa and other areas, people took them foot thought. And then today those houses look quite nice. So I think something that at your level would be so happy to have support, as the chair says, where we need your support, less racist. That's what I'm trying to show. I mean, it just boggled my mind that an old person will die one time and the kids don't have any proof of ownership, and somebody who you know during death, how the families behave, they can simply check out your kids. And we experience that on a daily basis in our own families. So we have program in place, we have appointed conveyancers, we also working on with the city on looking at how to formalize some of the areas that were not necessarily proclaimed. So we want that support. Then the business forum, I'm happy that the president has mentioned it. It's a criminal syndicate and it's crime. And I'm not trained as a crime practitioner. I'm trained as a town planner to build houses and to assist, not to be after the criminal that are busy killing our people. Our colleagues has been shot 4 bullets last week. And we then sitting here and say, we don't have a crime. We have got a problem. We are scared. We are scared, and the beneficiaries also are scared. So there is a criminal syndicate that hijacked project, and that they also threaten our officials. And I think this one, Chair, we want to elevate to you, and then I'm happy from what I have heard from the State of the President address. They have singled out as a matter that needs to be focused because it's affecting all the projects beside the housing ones. The title deeds not concerted effort to fast track. We do have a title, the properties that are owned by the municipalities because of when we were doing those housing development, the municipalities put conditions on proclamations and registration. Some of the properties, the land is owned by us, some are owned by, but they put conditions when we build those houses. One of the conditions that I always give example, the chair maybe will remember it, is Bram Fisher. Before you proclaim that township and register it, you must, one of the conditions is that there must be a tar road and stormwater drains. And some of the townships were established through what you call less formal township act, which means in the olden days they used to call it Maevoye, where they just put a site and let you come in quickly because they were addressing the backlog. Now we are addressing those town planning matters and they need money. The money that we get for title deed nationally is about 100 million. And 100 million cannot even complete one tar road or one, one stormwater drain. So we always encourage the municipalities. We went to them and say, can they waiver the conditions? They refused to waiver the conditions. They said if they waiver the conditions and there is a flood, they waiver the stormwater drain and there's a flood, the house got flooded, the owner can sue and litigate the municipality. So they refuse. And the deed office also support municipality to say you can't waiver. If there's a need for a tar road and a title deed, it must be done. But in case of the metro, I always, we suggested that they can still use the urban settlement development grant and address those kind of conditions and be able to issue the title deed. So it's something that we're discussing. It has got some policy implications, but where we don't have a problem, we definitely issue title deeds. There are areas where we are issuing title deed without problems. The legacy of the projects. The legacy projects are very small. You find them is 10 houses here, 20 here, 30 here. In one area, when the contractor is not delivering, if you appoint another one, the other one says, it doesn't make financial sense, I won't take the project. What the MEC suggested was that in the areas where there is incomplete structures, maybe let's release that property as part of rapid land release, and the owner will then complete the whole, the remainder. That's one of the proposals that the MEC suggested. That because I remember in one area, they were appointed the contractor 3 times, different ones. They said no, there's no incentive. So you can, the MEC exploring that policy that we need to look at that, and then we release people, and people will complete it. Because in Tshwane, Dolly, I've seen the group head presenting in areas like Sethokga, where people build them after there was a foundation. While you're waiting for the contract, somebody just complete and then complete. So the MEC say, why don't we just release them? And then people complete. I'm talking about incomplete and the legacy projects. And then yes, I talked about the quota, the issue of the 4th quota versus, there are 2 problem quotas. Is the 1st quota and the 4th quota. The 4th quota is a dead quota because it's a whole day quota, and it's got some element of closure of industry. The 1st quota is the opening quota. That's where the chair says we must be very smart in how we put the target there. I acknowledge that advice. What can be done by legislature? I have just, the business forum is a criminal syndicate. So I'm raising to that level that it must be taken to the appropriate forum chair so that we can get supported as builders of houses, not chasing criminals. Why we do underachieve? The DDG Nomfundo raised the supply chain matter is within our control. Next year with supply chain, we even formed a project meeting every week where we focus on issue of supply chain, sort of a small war room. So we're quite sure that we won't have a lot of issues in the next financial year, as he has indicated. And the other areas that I have indicated, which is key, the intergovernmental relation between the province and the municipalities. The planning, the approval of the township, the provision of bulk infrastructure, it is a competency that belongs to the municipality. We come with a top structure and the services. In the metros particularly, you can't build a pipe from the main bulk to where the construction is taking place. You depend entirely on the municipality. You can only build some houses and then do the internal reticulation. But for a pipe to connect to the main bulk, that bulk line belongs to the municipality. So that's why they get what you call urban settlement development grant. In case of district, Sidibeng and the West End, they have to apply for what you call regional bulk infrastructure grant, which is located in the Department of Water and Sanitation. So what we need to have, Chair, which the AG also raised, is that our projects must appear in the IDP of the municipality, because in the IDP, there is a section called sector plans, where as the municipality pass a budget, there must be housing projects attached as part and parcel of the IDP. Because once it's like that, then it binds the council to provide their area of competency, which is a bulk infrastructure support. I think one of the areas that MEC suggested is that the IDP is a concurrence signature. When the council passed the IDP, it submits to the MEC to concur and agree that the IDP is in order. So we have advised the MEC to say, in future, MEC, before you sign, check if there's housing projects in that IDP, and then check if those housing projects are forming part of that IDP, so that when you sign, you know that the plans of the province and the plans of the municipalities are in sync or are synchronized. I think announcements that Zanele has been released by the chair. She was going to present the issue of Clayville malfeasance or some criminal things, but it will be discussed in committee according to the chair. I think non-fondo and offense, you can just mop up where I have missed, and any other person that feel he can assist where I missed something.
Thank you, Chair. I think specific to the question on procurement spend, we did indicate that panels, because we have new panels, those new panels have a bearing on procurement spend, in that there's an issue, if you would recall in the last year's report that we declared that our panels had no contract, I mean, in terms of our contractual obligations of contractors, they were not bound to create, basically focus on these groups, but also in terms of job creation, etc. So such non-performance is linked to that. Now, when you contract, it means the legal, our legal experts need to make sure that the conditions of contract do enable that this is, you are bound by virtue of signing that contract. There's also an obligation of transformation issues that need to be observed. So it's just to say on procurement spend is also measured in with the extent to which expenditure has been realized. If that contractor does not spend, and because of the panels currently, because they were not in place, what it meant is that there was no construction. So that has a bearing in that if there's no activity, you cannot create jobs, you cannot spend, because there's no invoice that's going to be realized against that. So it has affected, it has basically a causal effect on how performance is viewed in this instance. I also want to indicate that as at Q3, if you look at our delivery as per HSDG, non-financial, we're at 88% specific to sites. And I did indicate that on sites, there's no crisis. We might reach our targets. But the only, and also on mega units, we might reach our targets. The only concern is on legacy. Now, if you look at the houses where there's illegal occupation already from a risk perspective, you can see that if there's illegal occupation of those properties or invasion of those properties, there's already an indicator that is red there that tells you have those, and which projects are those. We already know which projects you might not. And I did cite an example, specific example, where I cited your Clayville, your Albert, your Chief Lutuli, etc. Okay, let me pass on that one. The other issue is, I think you asked a question specific to a state of readiness. What I was trying to say is the fact that we delayed on finalizing the panels, and that obviously only kicked off in the third quarter. So actual construction in this department, in the main, commenced in the third quarter. That is why you see the tilt from our performance in quarter 2 to quarter 3. So it bears evidence to say that in actual fact, you're only going to see fruits in the next financial year. So it does create a platform for readiness for projects in the next financial year. So our delivery, basically, I know that, I think if we look at it now, yes, if we're at 88% on sites, but on units, that's where I was also declaring honestly to the legislature to say, on units, we're still on shaky ground. We will not achieve what we have basically adjusted in terms of those targets because of the, after you complete a procurement process, then you must go and contract. And then the site handover. Then when do you start the actual, so those steps do have a bearing on actually saying, yes, we've concluded the panels, but what happens afterwards? You need to make sure that you have a step-by-step process that talks to your projections in terms of why you even put those targets. And then I think the last part that has not been responded to, I think Mr. Mlukume has basically spoken to the issues of flats and the intention by the department to transfer to beneficiaries that are currently in occupation. And those, for example, is the Eldorados and etc. But these flats are departmentally owned flats that need to be transferred to these beneficiaries. And there's a level of people trying to run away from responsibility because the department has been maintaining. Ufense, I think, needs to then just talk to the issue of informal settlements. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was 2 questions, and I think they were really brought about by the expenditure on the informal settlements upgrading program. Ideally, it was one in terms of where did we spend our budget and how much has been spent. In essence, Chair and the members, through the implementation of the informal settlements upgrading program, we've really spent our budget on providing interim services, and specifically within sanitation services in the informal settlements. And we've spent about 255 million in that as to date. And then the balance of the budget that Mike had indicated, the 108 million, has then been spent on land acquisition. Now, I think there was also just a general, question in terms of the performance of the department, and I'd like to address it in the sense that I want to also give members the understanding of the informal settlements upgrading process and the program. Our expenditure, yes, is low, but we do need to run a number of processes. Granted, we've got a big budget. What we are trying to do as a department is ensure that, first of all, we are as consultative as possible with the communities. We provide interim services. We need to ensure that we sign social compacts and agreements to then indicate what it is that we're going to do in that informal settlement with that community. Whether we're bringing in toilets, whether we're going to relocate them, where we're going to relocate them to, but noting the process of how we've tried to implement informal settlements upgrading over the past decade or so, it's become very important to appreciate that we have to consult with the communities. And at this point in time, as DDG Nomfundo was indicating, we are at a point where we've now acquired the services of professional teams who are then helping us to undertake the detailed planning. Now, with informal settlements where we determine it is possible for us to upgrade them where they lie, we have to do a number of investigations, work very closely with municipalities, and there's a number of processes that are then required before we can even deploy permanent services. And further to the other issue around land acquisition, we have to run a number of processes which include identification, assessment of that land, valuation, even before we then agree to then acquire that land and relocate the informal settlement. So we're not necessarily making an excuse, but we are then saying there is a due process that needs to be followed. And when we don't follow that process, we end up finding ourselves in courts whereby the communities are then saying we did not participate or did not bring them into the process of planning for the upgrade of that particular informal settlement. So where we are right now, we have the PRTs in place. We are doing the investigations. Our vision is to ensure that once we then have the detailed upgrading plans in place per informal settlement, whether we are upgrading it where it is or whether we are relocating it, we will then be able to clearly give a plan to then say, per informal settlement, we'll bring in water, we'll bring in this level of sanitation, and we are then running the process. This is our program, and we can then set even more clear targets in terms of implementing the program. But Chair, I just wanted to then give the members and yourself confidence into where we are with respect to the implementation of the UISP. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, Chair.
I'm saying the department done for now. Are there any follow-up questions, members? Member Chairperson, and then I've got one. Then from there we move to the next presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Acting Chair Ledwaba. I think we are happy that the department has taken a view that they are the ones who's, okay, I'm making a mistake again, that the MEC of Human Settlement is the MEC that signs off the IDP of municipalities, and they need to use that advantage for themselves to can be able to ensure that their outcomes, they are outcome based, that indeed we deliver human settlements to the people. I think I'm happy, and it's just that I'm worried about the planning cycle. Remember, in municipalities and the provincial and national government, there's that difference. So I hope maybe the person that is coming to present the APPs will also clarify the link, that at what point are you now going to make sure that what you have as your APPs for financial year 2022-2023 is in the IDPs of different municipalities, so that we don't have unnecessary hiccups. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I hope you'll also clarify at what point are you going to make sure that he not just sign, but ensure that there's integration of what you have planned as a department. There's hashtag Ritimatwan, okay? Hashtag Twaniyatima. That's decisiveness. Twaniyatima, something that we have not done in a very long time. Have government deciding that you don't pay for services, we come and switch off, because we would have had an agreement with you. And I think we need to do that with the flats, and maybe go and learn a thing or two instead of Tshwane with Masabata Mutlaning. How did they arrive to at Twaniyatima? They also have a very vibrant Twitter administrator. They're very vibrant, you know, tells us where they were supposed to. Ampur Marni Stamper, Kachenu, she's trending. Ampur Marni Stamper, Neretla Timela, quick, you paid. So next time, Pasop, we're coming to switch off. So this problem of flats, you've been presenting it since 2019. That the communities in the flats don't want the flats, and we don't know how to handle them. Yes, we are public reps, and we must help you in some of these issues. But you are experts who must be thinking outside the box. And I think we need to intensify and put mechanisms in place in what we want to do, because you are governing. You want to hand them over. And we can't be begging that we want to give you investment. So there must be clarity whether you want it or you don't want it. And then so that we move on and know how to treat you. And I think with different experts that you have, the legal department and others, then you look at other avenues. Can it not be a problem in the next financial year? Can we agree that we'll explore everything and anything in the next financial year, that this is not a problem? I don't want to suggest solutions, because I'm also not sure how can we go about it. But I think if we were to look at other things and what happened anywhere in the country, we can learn from those lessons. So we'll share once we are very familiar with that. The hostel redevelopment, I'm finding it hard, honorable members, to accept the excuse of supply chain not playing its part. In several meetings, we have requested the Office of the HOD to elevate this program to her office, so that whatever challenges that the program is faced with at that level, they are able to be resolved. I remember that we might be fighting Stenjwa. He went out. Oh, we might be fighting Stenjwa. And it's possible that Stenjwa is chained by the red tape in government. And because Stenjwa is Stenjwa, a chief director, when he comes to the portfolio committee, he'll rather be stoned than say, but it's not me. This is where the problem is. And that's where when we said, can you elevate it HOD? I remember the CFO was an acting HOD. We requested him and said, please elevate this matter. In fact, we do not want to have Stenjwa coming to a portfolio committee to come and present on the problems and how you as a department are resolving on issues of hostel redevelopment. I remember we said that. Now the very same acting HOD of then is the CFO, who sits and presides and oversees the supply chain processes. So it means you guys are not taking us serious, and we take offense. Because then we start fighting with individual program managers that this one is incompetent. We moved from point A, he keeps on taking us to zero. You know, when we think we're at C, he takes us back to zero. Kanti, the red tape in government, in your department is really not assisting. So I think going back, acting HOD, is that we said this must be elevated and this must be taken care of in the office of the HOD. We even said the HOD herself must come and present updates on these reports. And our mistake was not to stick to our decision, because we allowed Stenjwa to continue to present. Last time we had Pumzile, we were happy is the DDG. Today she's not here. So the running away of people who we appointed to be accountable is not going to assist us in this regard. And I think we take serious exception on this matter, because we have made commitments, and you were there as the department. You actually championed the direction we are taking, and the stakeholders are worried. We were made aware that there's progress, and my question is to what extent now Nomfundo says don't expect much, expect much in the next financial year, and maybe perhaps we'll need that update. And to assist us, perhaps let's tighten that and then tighten Nomfundo. Maybe, I don't know who, whether the program manager, you have appointed panels. I think you are saying the problem is now getting to be solved. So tell us, which projects are you going to be focusing on? Who are these panels? Where are they doing work? We want to know who, because we have a tendency in Gauteng of appointing people that cannot do the job, but they continue to get business. A point in case is in infrastructure and development of Gauteng. A person builds a school, poorly built it in one area, then you get that person has built a clinic and now has a new project of building a hospital. But then we have a school that is standing there and not occupied by anyone, and that person continue to get business. So for our own oversight, we also want that detail, just to have a clue who is there. But what we have, in Tshwane, they demolished twice. The Nisanda project, extension 10, twice. Public money went to 2 service providers that did show the job. The first one did the show the job. They mentioned the name, he or she, but it's a he, it can't be a woman, I'm sure that the Molokoni. He left, took the money, left, demolished. They call another man, tried to build a shoddy thing, he left. Then they demolish. When we were there, then they are telling us that we have put new things underground. Chairperson, you see, we're starting to build now, and we are going to be progressive. So I'm saying we are having this challenge that then it looks like Bomolokumi, they eat our money. Bomolokumi are appointed to deliver services to us, and they are not delivering because Bomolokumi, they are not naming and shaming that. No, no, no. We have this policy that we must give SMMEs business, black people businesses, and we must ensure that we procure services from our local people, including all business people, general. So the mistake here is Kidiboni Diale, PTY, whatever. It's not us as a department, and this is what we paid Kidiboni, and this is the process we are following to recover our money, acting chair. I think we need to get to that point, and I'm hopeful that you'll assist us with that information. Which projects, which panel, and then when are the projects going to start, so that when we plan our oversight in the next terms, we also are able to follow up on, we don't just decide, okay, we're deciding to go to Edward. But we follow where you're saying you are doing work, like we did today, and we came back very energized and encouraged that at least when we speak to you, you listen as a department. So that will help us. Lastly, I want to smuggle the issue of, and smuggle it in your APP if it's not there, and I'll discuss it in detail. What are you doing with the resettlement of people of Gauteng as human settlement department in Gauteng? We're sitting on a disaster. We can wake up and there's a life visit demand. I see, even in COGTA, it's relegated to Dr. Sethokga, that it's a disaster issue. Shampoo Sethokga, I think he's a scientist, you know. As I conclude, he's just, you know, struggling until we became harsh, and then he came up with a concrete plan to us. So I'm just saying, you need to start planning, and you need to start ring-fencing projects, that you need to ring-fence units that will help us deal with the emergency as and when it arises, because you never speak to it, you have never presented anything on it, and I am getting worried that you seem isolating, you are isolating yourself from the problem, and according to what we're getting, it's a huge problem. It continues to rain every day. So it's something that we might be sitting in a time bomb and would all be blamed that what is it that we did. So I'm just suggesting that maybe perhaps in your APP for the new financial year, let's reinvent something. I know it will not be too much, but also we said to Sithole, get the teams. He was presenting, but he needs to get everybody, and we start thinking broadly about the problem and how we solve it, and where can we find space for the because there's no money. When we were doing calculations from an informed point of view, we need more than 6 billion to resolve the 28 households of Gauteng to get a proper human settlement. So I'm just saying that those are the things. There's a smart city plan of Lanseria. Why can't we go lobby to accommodate this people of Gauteng in that smart city and lobby them to agree to that. And I'm just saying, as experts and professionals in the field, we need to start doing work on that. I'm sorry, Chair, to bring my passion into the issues of human settlement. I've learned a lot, and now I'm starting to be a real activist within the sector. So pardon my passion. When I'm passionate, I take long. When I'm not passionate, I'll say let it pass. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mine are pointed. And I was waiting for, thanks, Chair, I was waiting for Ntate Molokome to come back. The Alexander Linksfield project that we were told of last time, how far are we with the acquisition of land? When you were talking about the Eden Park, and then, not Eden Park, when you were talking about the title disputes, there is a problem at Eden Park in relation to that land occupation that took place some time back. What is the latest around those people that have been granted that those houses by court in relation to the title deeds? How do we, K54 Tsamaya Road, Skirlek, it would appear there is a bottleneck in terms of the reports that we get from roads and transport, municipality, etc. In terms of your understanding, I know you must say Tshwane should be able to deal with that. What is the actual bottleneck, and how can you assist to unlock that? We were told in the last quarter, 199 people were relocated to a certain plot somewhere in Moy Plus. And there are still people who are still there in that project now. Nothing is happening. And time and again, when we inquire, we'll talk of roads and transport, human settlement, we are in negotiations, Tshwane, et cetera, et cetera. What is the actual bottleneck? Because it affects the construction of that particular road. I'm told, as you have said, Chair, the Clayville matter is not going to be addressed tonight. I wanted to know what is the latest around those people that have occupied. I know you mentioned it is a problem. What are the challenges now? Remember when they're in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. What is the latest around those two blocks? Lastly, the Nel Mafias. I can't remember whether it's the extension 21, that Faranani kind of project where you went to court and the court ordered you to negotiate with those occupants. How far are you? What is the latest around that? Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Chairs, Mr. Ldwa. The Linksfield development is the land is our land. It's the departmental land. We had a challenge with the approval at the city. There is a bed there, Nonyan bed. So the environmental people were concerned that we are affecting its habitat. So there was that objection. And there's the objections with some some graves, some people with some certain disease were buried in some. There's some objections in that area, but the matter is with the Joburg Town Planning Tribunal. But in terms of the Alexander program, it has been identified as an area where we will decant Alex and take some people there. So that project of Alex renewal is in the minister's office. What it means is it's been how can I say it? Minister prioritized to be in her office, and then appointed HDA to be the implementing agency. But the province, because the budget comes from us, we are part and parcel of that team. So it's Linksfield, I don't want to mention others, you know others like Frankenwald, but Langsfield is part, it is still, we have not yet get the approval from the Joburg. There was the issue of the road as well, that we got the report from the Department of Roads. So what I can do, because I must do justice, Chair, I think if you don't mind, because I have the report through HDA, I can get that report strictly on Langsfield and submit to you so that you can read properly and follow it, rather than just give you a small answer like this. Is it fine, Chair? Langsfield, it can be recorded somewhere to say Langsfield report must be submitted.
No, it's fine, Chair. I was raising it because last year we were told about Langsfield in the first quarter of last year, but it's almost a full year now. The situation, according to what you are saying, has not changed, but it's fine.
No, it's not changed.
Yeah.
There is,
There's
serious objections in the community there and the environmental. It is a very serious objection. But if we don't find each other at a town planning tribunal, we always take it to appeal, and then the law allows us to even go to the next level to, if it means, the appeal, we cannot get it, each other, we have got the right to also pursue other court systems. But we are not yet there, so we hope we'll find each other.
Including expropriation, yeah.
It is in the Constitution. The Eden Park, Stanley, I think would you just, I will give you space, you will talk about the Eden Park, because you are here, guys. And then Dolly, you will talk about Nel Mafias, and Stanley handle the Clayville as well. So that we give the members the right information. The K54 road, do you want to handle it, Dolly? The one, is it in order? Or, I can't hear there? To it. Because I do have information, but I just felt you are in the area. If you have, the other thing that is important, Chair, this committee, RNI legislature, for it to be complete from us, from our side, we need to have, if you are in Tshwane, there must be municipal officials here. And then it helps because some of the issues that we're raising, like the very K54, I know the old municipality called Nukenza Taiman, if I'm not, did approve it as a township for housing development. But the latest, the new, this metro, raised some other constraints that then make us to discuss. Hence, you say some of the people that were proposed, they will be taken to other areas. So, but I think Dolly will expand on that. Can I just note what the chair has raised as the matters for consideration, like a disclosure of panels, updating of hostel reports, resettlement, and just to say this, we take it as an area that from your resolution to look at how to handle this. Because if about Kutsong, there are some beneficiaries that felt they build mansion, then they are reluctant to be right-sized, to downsized, to accept the smaller houses, and then there is no provision made in our subsidy quantum to build you a mansion if there was problem of Dolomite where you are staying. But where I'm sitting, if you have got a mansion, you should be having, we must be honest to each other. If you have got a mansion, you must have what you call a property insurance, so that anything that happens on your property, you can claim that and you get your house back. We can just make land available where we are going, and then you can claim that. But I'm just saying, if we, if we,
Let's proceed.
If
Let's-
we
let's
build,
proceed.
Ntate
You
Ledwaba,
didn't say that. Let's proceed. She
if
doesn't-
we build the
No, we had
Ledwaba,
you.
we are
had
going
you.
to build a RGP house for you.
No, we had you. Can you proceed?
Yes, yes. So colleagues, you can just respond on other areas.
Thanks, Chair. With regards to the K54, it's a servitude where people invaded the land. So there is a legislature questionnaire that we've received. We've submitted it to the city and they've submitted the report to us. It will be submitted through our PO office USIPO to legislature. But in essence, the city is looking at purchasing alternative land, although there are issues with that land, saying it's quite pricey in Pinasport and other areas. They are trying to identify other areas. They've recently acquired in Mooiplaats. There's different sections, farm Mooiplaats. There's different portions of that farm that they've recently acquired. So yeah, in essence, that's the progress. The city is acquiring land to relocate the people. There are people that have been relocated. The report is quite detailed. It's on its way to legislature. Thank you. Oh, Nelma Pierce, what the question was on the invasions. Yes, those flats are invaded. The people who invaded, I think it was around 2018, 2019. The department does have an eviction order. They were evicted, but because we did not have a follow-up security to safeguard the houses, they re-invaded again. But when we consulted with legal, because the court order remains valid, then it's a matter of, again, with our security unit resuscitating that eviction process again.
Thank you, Chair and members. Acting HOD, I will talk to Clayville and I'll ask Abri to talk to the other project. The Clayville matter, we are still in the same position in terms of the invaded units. We have actually, we were issued with the eviction order, but then it was challenged and it was taken to Human Rights Commission. And we were told that we cannot remove people that are disabled in those units. Where other units were invaded, we managed to remove and we then allocate to the rightful beneficiaries. We have argued to say the houses that are invaded by disabled people, they are not designed for disabled people, meaning that they're not habitable by disabled, which makes it danger to those people if they would need wheelchairs or means that allows them to have a paraplegic design. But what we've picked up is that most of the people that are there staying now in those houses, we do not know their disability, but they walk, they're not the same people that had wheelchairs when these houses were occupied in the beginning. So there's that challenge, and our legal team said they are actually busy with that to try and get courts to warrant them to evict. The issue is that we need then to provide accommodation to those disabled people based on how long they've been to those units. Thank you, Chair.
Your mic is not audible. come and sit next to the honorables. Maybe you'll be an honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. If I would like to respond on the question on the Eden Park project, where there were the illegal invasions. The correct beneficiaries which were allocated received title deed way back. We then went to court. The court then indicated that these people the invaders will not be evicted. The department then carried out the occupancy audit, whereby we verified all these, the people, the houses that were illegally invaded. And subsequent to that, we've submitted a request to our Adardi section for them then to do the title deeds. So I just need to make a follow-up. What is the status with regards to that? I don't have that information.
Chair, before I hand over to you, I'm going to request, but you'll rubber stamp it when you take over, that maybe there is a need for us to adopt that approach of, did you say mediation when we're dealing with title deeds? When we're talking about title deeds, dispute resolution. Around K54, Chair, I'm suggesting that we have a special meeting with City of Tshwane, this department, and if possible, most probably with roads and infrastructure. Because as you know, I'm a member that it affects us from the roads and transport side. We get these stakeholders in one meeting, we discuss and we resolve this. Because every time you speak to different departments, you get different information. I mean, we were told that 199 people were moved, and that process is going to be expedited. Now the information we are given here is that there is no alternative land. And yet we're told about 3 plots that have been secured, and one of these plots is going to accommodate them. And time and again, we actually complain because if those people are not relocated, it means the construction of that road is going to be continuously affected. So I think that's an area that, through your indulgence, Chair, let's have a meeting, all stakeholders together in one meeting, we resolve it. If there is nothing we can do, at least we know that for this financial year, for the next year, nothing is going to happen. Unlike this matter is hanging, and then time and again we're told. This thing that the Department, Roads, Infrastructure and City were taught in 2019, 2020. Now we are in 2022. The issue of Nelmafia's, Chair, the department needs to go back, look into the matter. The court order says you, the department, and those occupants, you must find an amicable solution to address that. Amicable solutions, in terms of my understanding, is that if they do not qualify, make them to qualify. If you can't make them to qualify, who are those people that are not qualifying so that you can intervene? I'm saying, when I say make them to qualify, if for whatever reasons, you know how you go about it. But the court, there were discussions, we were told by the department, that you were meeting with them, apparently you did not find each other, but that was a year ago. I'm happy with the Eden Park that you will go back, and the Clayville again. The Clayville, the occupants, the disabled people, is a matter under the bridge. I think it is block 11 or 10, if I'm not mistaken. What I was asking of is the one that we undertook a visit, Chair, last year, that there were 2 blocks, either 6 or 7 or 7 and 8, which remains a gray area. And in terms of my understanding, it has nothing to do with the other initiatives that we're talking of. Yeah, again, there is enough evidence those people are there. What is the department doing? We met them in 2020, and nothing new is coming up. We are going to wait for another 5 years. After 5 years, then we are going to say we are going to go to court. And believe you me, that you know, you are not going to be able to remove those. You need to find a creative mechanism to deal with that matter. And these issues remain unresolved, and there is no progress around that. Nothing is happening, and it's almost 2-3 years now that nothing is happening. Those people from Nelmafias, they occupied in 2017. They went to court, they got a court order in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just saying these are the issues that cannot be left unattended. But where I'm quite passionate about it, that it needs urgent intervention, is the K54. That's Amaya Road. That's Amaya Road, Chair. Thank you.
Hey,
Chair.
power. Yo! We must never ever do that again. I'm joking. Thank you very much, Honorable Lidwaba, for assisting. I think. We will then have a session. I think the issue of the K54, we dealt with it when we were dealing with the floods. It keeps on coming up. But also the clarity on whether we have the land or we don't have the land. Because there's always different stories. It depends on who tells you the story. So I think we'll agree, we'll have that session. Unfortunately, we'll have to work during our recess, honorable members, if we agree, because we don't have time to schedule some of these things, because we want to move out of Tshwane by March and go focus in other regions. But just to say to the team, if you know we have done oversight on something and we have raised issues, we are going back to those projects. So it's advisable to prepare yourselves and do some preparations for our second round, because we feel we shouldn't be all over. We should try to follow through where we have started, and then where you also have plans to deal with the issues. So I think there's a need to also prioritize invaded properties versus court orders, and maybe be able to get clarity from yourselves as a department and ourselves as a portfolio committee. What is our view with the cases you are sitting with, and what are you recommending moving forward? It can't be forever a problem, and I think we are all capable collectively to come up with solutions, so that some of these things we must close them and move on, and be able to focus budgets properly. But we also need decisiveness on yourselves as a department. Like, and it seems society has accepted that something that government has been afraid to do. Timela Sharatin, you know? So, and I think I'm saying again, go and learn from hashtag decisiveness is what people want from government, that be decisive, tell us this is wrong, and these are the measures I'll put in place. If you do it, I'm not going to be apologetic and call you a victim, when in actual fact, you are the one who exposed yourself to danger. So I'm just saying, let's be decisive, but let's have that concrete report. How many properties are invaded? Where are they? Profile the people, the invaders. What do we do? What are your recommendations? How do we move forward? Because we need to move on. The challenges are enormous, and we can't keep on carrying the baggage of the old challenges that some of us found in the system, and because of the laissez-faire that government has been running, we are unable to then concretely say, how do we move on this one? If I don't qualify for an RDP house, deal with me, take me out. So that it's not a blanket approach that we can't do anything. I tell you now, these houses that are invaded in properties, We've got police officers there. We've got government officials in those houses. Why do you want to treat them as you are treating Me Masemula, who doesn't have anything but a SASA grant? So let's be decisive, and maybe perhaps in that report make recommendations, and then we'll all speak and say this is what we think the government should consider, and be able to move on and deal away with, expose some of these things, because I'm worried about the young that is starting to join the department. We'll bore them that they and they will leave. Because they'll get bored of what issue in 1996, and they seem to be not decisive on what should happen on it. I'd rather go to the private sector, because my talents will not be able to be utilized maximally. So I suggest that we deal with it that way. And thank you very much to the team. The next presentation is on what? Okay, the release of Auzanel was on the basis of what she's coming to present to us. And the feeling of the chairperson of COGTA and Human Settlement in Gauteng is that she be released, and we will have, as honorable members of the legislature and the team from the MEC's office, sit down with her and she takes us through the report. Remember, it's not a report of only external stakeholders, but it's a report of the whole thing. So we need to first see it ourselves and express how it should be communicated moving forward. So my suggestion was that she goes, and then we will have an in-committee session. Also, because she did not have answers to some of the questions we were going to ask her. So I felt as a project manager, she must leave, and then we'll have time with the executive authority and then be able to deal with the issues. So that's how I unilaterally use my powers, honorable members, and I felt it will also be in our interest to schedule it that way. So we'll communicate time when we are to discuss it. And I hope the team has taken some of the inputs. I see you take us serious, because everything that we raise, you include it in your future plans. Since 2019, interacting with you as a team, it has always been that. We are just worried about the snail pace of not delivering, and you need to push harder and look in new ways of doing things. And I think some of these challenges can be resolved. I don't know who is to present and who is to be released. That's your decision. That they Mulokomi.
I think I made mistake. In future, no one must be released, because I released head of legal, and then we are talking a lot of legal matters here. So no one will remain here, all of us. So the next presentation is a business plan, because I keep on losing resources that would have answered some of the questions. Tsepiso, is she here? The APP and the business plan. Who's going to present it? Okay. The business plan, the budget, and the budget. Okay, it's fine. It's the APP and the budget. It's fine. Start with the APP. Honorable members, APP is the annual performance plans, and the budget is the budget allocated for us to achieve that work. So that would be done by Mike. But the APP will be done by the reporting unit. Thank you, Digital Food. Thank you for that support.
How long are you going to take, Sis Nomfund? Who's presenting? There's a media query on yourselves at 7 o'clock. I don't know how am I going to respond to it, but I will. I'll tell the truth. Mulukumi just said if you build a mansion, you must have an insurance. Okay. Over to you, Ntate.
Evening, Honorable Chairperson and members and colleagues. The name is Vusi Shabalala. I'm presenting the 2022-23 annual performance plan of the department. As you recall, this work has been done. There is the first draft was submitted in October.
Oh. Oh, we are live. Are we still live? Technical team? Remember, this is still an internal document. We can't share it. Tate Molokome, can we deal with issues that of public interest? We have decided that your draft APPs and draft budgets are still your internal documents. And in cases where we are live, you will not present them until we deal away, we expose of issues that are of public interest, because it's still early for us to can publish that. So please, and our apologies, I had forgotten that we are live. So you've been saying these things that you said live. That's why there are media inquiries. So let's get the other presentation.
There's an adjusted APP that needs to be tabled to the House. Can we?
When is it tabled?
It's here. It was tabled in the
Oh,
third
the last
quarter.
one.
Yes, but it was not presented to the forum. Can we just?
No,
do
that's
that
not
quickly?
what we want then. Because what we want is a draft for 2022, 2023, because we want to make our inputs. We feel we are a stakeholder that matter, that you shouldn't bring things to us already approved, but be able to make inputs when it's still raw. So what you want to present now is not what we want. We want the draft APP that is not yet approved, that is still in the processes, so that we get to know what is it that you have planned for 2022, 2023, and then raise our issues on the issues that we feel are issues of priority and you seem not to be, just to give an input for yourselves to go and finalize and process it.
Okay, can we then take it that the APP, the 2021-22 adjusted APP has been noted by the House, and then present what you have requested now?
Yes, that's the 2021-2022 financial years, and I'm from a municipality, so I'm still orientated. It's ending end of March.
Yes.
No, I
So you've
see
noted
funishes. Ke le palelwang ke go implement again, go meet the targets. So leo we want the draft for the new.
No, it's fine, Chair. It is
So
the
you-
one. It is the one that is here. We've got both, but we are taking it that you have noted the adjusted APP. We're just saying it.
No,
so
we
that-
have noted that one, it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
We wanted this one, and that's why this one that we want to protect it, not to be a public document yet until we finalize processes internally within government and the legislature before it becomes a public
No, I'm
document.
happy that we have the similar understanding. So
Okay,
it will
all
be
right.
presented. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right. So can we take another item, Tate Molokome?
Please, what is left here is a small update on ITRATRA, Stanley, ITRATRA extension 9 and 10, and Victor, petitions presentations. That's the only outstanding presentations.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Stanley. Is Stanley?
He works with ABRI.
Oh.
It's from Ikurle.
Okay, yeah.
Those are the ones that.
The 250 houses, we promised Ntate Mutaung, a disabled elderly man who has been waiting for his RDP house since 1996. Stanley, you said before elections Ntate Mutaung will be in a proper house. Please clarify us on that also as you present. And let's quickly dispose of this. I think also issue of public interest is the hostel redevelopment, but in the presentation by Nomfundo, she touched largely on it, that there's nothing to expect in this financial year, but rather there's more to expect in the next financial year. I'm going to beg your pardon that we also agree that we will not get presentation, because really you will not be telling us anything new, but just to say as part of the draft APP for the new year, no, there's a term you use, like what you have accumulated from the old year into the new year, and you'll be able then to say this is how we are going to move forward, so that we do purposeful oversight. The opening balance. So it means the hostel redevelopment will be part of the opening balance for the new year. So can I also seek indulgence of members that we package it there and then we'll discuss it there? At least now we are comfortable and now know where is the problem. The problem is not with the men, the problem is with the system that oppresses the men. Over to you, Stanley.
Mr. April Lorenzen will go through the presentation.
Where's your presentation? You always do this. We want a presentation today.
It is, I always have presentation, Chairperson, always. I do have a presentation now.
Right, we are Gauteng, but the people also want to see the things we are talking to.
Oh, I wanted to answer Yantate Mutaung. Sorry, Chairperson.
Okay, answer Yantate Mutaung while the team is helping you to flight your document. Okay, Yantate Mutaung. Yeah, or
Chairperson, thank you. The process, Chairperson, because of the municipal approval, which is a requirement in terms of the houses that we are building, even if it's one house, it follows the whole process of the plan, the layout in terms of the township approval and so on and so forth. There are many things that also the municipality did not have. As the township, it's an old township. We then managed to go through the files, and now we do have the information. We actually had one of the developer who was willing to start immediately as one of the process of giving back to the community. At the meantime, our database also was not finalized at the time, but now it is finalized. Chairperson, we are ready now to do to do the construction. The only issue that we have, we need those plans to be approved by the municipality, and we will be able to start with the house. We are trying to give report every month, as the chairperson requested when we are on site, on what is happening, especially with the abandoned projects. And that report is being issued every month. I'll hand over to Abri to go through the details of the project as per our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Regional Head.
Adri, we have only 10 minutes for you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
My members woke up at 5. They didn't eat lunch.
Okay. No, thank you. I will quickly go through the presentation. And just to provide comments on on our presentation on this project. We did send it to the Office of HOD. Chairperson and honorable members, this is a Twatwa Extension 9 and 8 abandoned project. The project that we went to with yourselves. The status is, just a bit of background. The project started in 2003 and it includes both extensions 9 and 10. The project falls within Ward 65 currently, and we've got 2 new councillors now, Councillor Siyabonga Molloy and Samuel Kumalo. This project is also within 2 wards, Ward 65 and 66. Initially, this project was intended for under the People's Housing Program for the construction of 149 houses. During the PHP program, the standard of the houses were not up to what it's supposed to be, and it was then later on converted to normal RDP houses. What then happened, a decision was then taken by the department that the houses constructed, and then over the years there was still some houses that were not built due to different reasons. The majority of the 253 stands is houses which were not constructed. In other words, of the 253 stands, there's actually 3 houses that were constructed and 250 houses which are actually the vacant stands, where there's the shacks of the occupants. The currently Twatwa 9 and 10 abandoned project consists of the 253 stands. Activities which are on track is that we've done the technical assessment as previously reported. The 3 houses, 1 house consists of a foundation, and then 2 houses with foundation and wall plate, and as indicated, the others are all vacant stands. Supply chain management process to compile a database of the service providers, both the PRTs and the contractors were appointed and captured on the new database with the department. The tender went out for the appointment of the contractor. The briefing for the contractors that tendered was held on the 2nd of December 2021, and the tender closed on the 14th of December. As previously presented, Chairperson and honourable members, unfortunately, we have not received the appointment of the contractor as the evaluation process is still in process. We were, however, informed that a contractor will be appointed within the next week or 2. But we are nearing the end of our financial year, so we've also made plans to allocate budget for our new financial year, which is in our budget come 1st April this year. What we are currently also doing, we are carrying on with the beneficiary administration as presented to you during site and also in your other progress reports as Regional Head pointed out. We have, what we found, beneficiaries that do not qualify for a housing subsidy, which do not earn less than 3,500, we identify those so that we can then accommodate them in the Rapid Land Release Program and the FLISP program. If I can go to the next slide. This is just a plan of action which we've commenced since we went to site. The project team met on Monday, the 30th of August 21, whereby a plan of action was discussed and developed. The project team visited the site and met the 2 former councillors of Wards 65 and 66. Councillors agreed on the plan of action and committed to providing office space in Itwatwa CCC for the beneficiaries team to utilize. Councillors were provided with a stand list for Itwatwa 9 and 10 and committed to visit occupants and communicate the purpose of beneficiary verification. It is absolutely crucial at that stage that we do the verification audit to confirm beneficiaries that can be accommodated in the project. Then on Wednesday, 25 August 2021, 6 of the 7 stands were visited by yourselves. 30 August 2021, the team met with the ward councillors and briefing on the verification and registration process, which commenced on the 31st of August. And then The region is currently also communicated with the 2 newly appointed ward councillors, and there's a follow-up meeting that will be held with them to brief them on the project. Chairperson and honourable members, progress to date. A total of 246 applicants have been attended to. Out of the 246 applicants, 100 have been approved for construction of new houses. For 107 applicants, the HSS does not have records, which means the beneficiaries did not apply for housing subsidy. 5 applicants are approved but not form part of the 253 assessed stands. A separate list is being compiled as beneficiaries are visiting the offices which are outside of the 253. Beneficiaries outside of the 253 are also coming forward, but we also attend to those to see whether some of those can be accommodated. There was one application which was overridden in the past, I think it was the past 2 weeks, and there are 3 applications currently in the process for verification. So this beneficiary administration is ongoing whilst we're waiting for the appointment of the contractor. Challenges: most occupants are not available due to commitments and other reasons. Applicants come in small numbers to apply at the CCC offices. Disputes about stand ownership. The City of Ekurhuleni has agreed to assist in identifying ownerships of stands. Engagement with both beneficiaries will cause delays in finalizing the application process for construction. And we've also found wrong allocation of title deeds. The city is currently busy rectifying that. That is the end of the presentation, but what we've also included as part of our presentation is the 6 stands which were visited by yourselves, Honourable Chair, and that is just the updated information on those stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andre. And Ntate Molokome, despite the challenges of illegal activities in this region, I think we have a team in Ekurhuleni, and we might get somewhere. I was impressed by one young woman there. I don't know whether she's young or I qualify to call her young, who's an activist bureaucrat. And I think also today we saw that element. So there's light at the end of this tunnel. And it makes us happy. We thought we'll age quickly being in this portfolio committee, but there seems to be an energy to want to resolve the challenges on the ground. And thank you very much to Team Ekurhuleni. The teams that we have not been to, have they left? We are hoping, because I'm interested in going to Western, looking at how the presentation on third quarter is, and intensely deal with issues in Western, just to get the feel on the ground. I don't know if there are any questions from honorable members. This is an update on the oversight that we have done. And yeah, Member Ledwaba, Member Tong, and Member Adams, the soldiers of the revolution, last man standing. Member Ledwaba, anything?
Report noted, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Member Adams? Thank you very much, Adra. We appreciate the work. This doesn't mean you must go and sit and sleep on the duties, to continue working harder. We take cognizance of what your update, and will continue to monitor and assist, like we said, present challenges to us so that we help you resolve them, and don't just sit and die in silence. We want to assist because we also are activists in the sector and want to help resolve the challenges. I think it's now petitions.
Director Executive Support in the HOD's office.
There's an elderly woman who's 71 years old in Dobsonville who needs a shelter agent like yesterday. There's a referral on my desk. I have requested my team to go do verifications. Apparently she's in dire need. I will seek your indulgence after my team has satisfied themselves that what was presented to us by the petitions committee is true. They didn't put the petition through the petitions process because they felt the issue is very urgent and the process might take longer. And my team is going there tomorrow. And as soon as my team is back, please, Ntate Molokome, tell your people there to accommodate the elderly women. She's very vulnerable, according to the letter we got. I know there are many of that kind in the whole province, but there are special cases and the MEC has a prerogative. Please assist us. Let's have the petitions report. Ntate Molokome, please reserve your comments for now. We'll take them offline. We don't want to upset the people of Gauteng. Okay, who's presenting Ntate Molokome? Please reserve them. That I understand the pressure.
Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. My presentation, I don't think is going to take that much, Chair. And we have to appreciate your opportunity. Okay. We appreciate the opportunity given to us to account for the petitions. We understand the importance of the petition very much, and we work hand in hand with our PLO, Mr. Sipo. In fact, we don't have issues in terms of the policy of the legislature, in terms of its processes in the management of the petitions. However, we have pointed a finger back at us in terms of coordinating these issues together with our regional coordinators, because there is a lot of delays in terms of giving us response from the head office, and we attempt and try everything possible to follow up on these ones. But coordination remains the cornerstone of turning around these issues so that we respond to the legislature on time and with quality responses. Here, I've just prepared a progress report just to indicate to the committee members and chair in terms of the progress from April up to date. We only indicated the work in progresses. Others have already been submitted to the legislature as they've been approved by the accounting officers. And this one also is being attended to. It will be enrolled to the HOD for approval, and it will be, once it's signed, it's going to be submitted to the legislature as well. We have got 26 here from 2nd of July up to the 30th of September last year. Out of 26, 14 were fully responded to, and we are still struggling, as I indicated, in terms of the coordination and the responses coming back to us. 12 of them are still outstanding, work in progress. The others which have got green colors there are already back to us. We have already enrolled them to the accounting officer for approval. Maybe within a day or two, they might be submitted to the legislature for further management. From the 30th of December up to today, we have got 7 that we received, and 1 has been responded to, and we are still chasing the other 3. And out of those challenges that I've indicated here, we felt with this PLO that we must convene a petitions committee with all our regional coordinators to make them understand, so that we too understand their challenges in terms of the management of the petitions. Our first meeting was held on the 1st of February, 2 weeks ago, and we plan to have these meetings monthly, and we also plan to integrate our stakeholders in the municipalities, so that we fly or
work from the same platform to ensure that these petitions are responded to timeously. We are trying everything possible, Chair. We are working very hard, we are so energetic, and we want to ensure that these petitions are responded to timeously. I hope that was the last slide, Chair. Thank you.
I think this report is for cognizance by the portfolio committee that oversees yourselves. And I don't know whether honorable members have questions. No questions, but just appreciation that you are starting to do something, and we're very happy people. But it shouldn't be just something, but we must see tangible results of that. And like we say, all is not bad. We are happy, and thank you very much. We'll appreciate an update on a quarterly basis, as and when they come and present performance reports. This should be their annexure, non-fundo, just as part of your assessment, because petitions are now mainstreamed in the legislature, so we need to also do oversight over yourselves on how you respond to petitions. So I think you should find a way of assisting in monitoring and evaluating the team that is working on it. We really appreciate, and I think you'll send our message to the executive authority of and the accounting office of the department. We appreciate. And the draft APP and draft budget, we will, on the day that is urgent, deal with them when we are dealing with the in-committee issue. We are also requesting, because your staff is going back to work, we are requesting you to host us. So the team of the legislature will finalize with the office of the MEC so that we come to your offices. I carry you are back at work, we are told. So we want to come to your offices just to see where you are working, where you are doing the thinking on behalf of people of Gauteng. And so the date will be communicated, so you'll be the host in the next meeting, and then we'll want to just move around and get the feel of where the brains that are thinking on behalf of Gauteng in human settlement are working from. So thank you very much. I don't know from my side, from my team, are there any announcements? Yeah. West Rand. Remember, we're going there in the next term. Mulukumi, we've been in Tshwane since the beginning of the term. We are leaving it at the end of March. And from there, we are going to the West Rand to camp there, and for both COGTA and human settlement. So prepare your team and do the necessary preparations that will assist us in doing oversight, and the team being prepared on the information we need. We will literally just pick projects on the basis of your reports also. So I think it's going to be West Rand and Ekurhuleni, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we will communicate after finalizing our term program for next year. But it has been valuable to do oversight in Tshwane in this term, and at least we are getting the sense. Though in paper, we seem very confused, but what we got on the ground, it's quite encouraging, and please pass our regards to the teams that are working on different projects and applying the thinking that we really appreciate. And please continue being strong when we lash. When we lash, we are not going to be apologetic, because we are the ones who will be taken out of job if we don't lash you to do the right thing. So thank you very much, team, and our apologies for those who are delayed to go home. You'll apologize on our behalf at your homes, and have a safe journey back home. And it's today's Jackie's birthday. Jackie is is familiar with all of you. She's the one who's coordinating human settlement in our portfolio committee. So she's turning 21. She accepts presents from all of us. I know Ntate Bila passed on, and may his soul rest in peace, owing me a gift. And Molokomi, I'm told in his will, he said you must pay the bill. So yeah, thank you very much, honorable members, for being present. And thank you very much, Team Tshwane, as led by Dolly. We really appreciate, and I hope you'll share experiences with other teams of other regions on what we require and how we are and how bossy we are as politicians, and so that they prepare adequately and we are able to praise them. Thank you very much, colleagues. See you in the next life. Dinner is served for all of us, I'm told. And I'm told there's sleeping arrangement with Member Ledwaba Molokomi to take forward other discussions.
It's wine. We need an opener. I saw it now when I was taking the bag that it's a
Oh, it's now, what time is it? It's now 4 minutes to 7 and the meeting is adjourned. Ah, Nkanyiso.